KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello, good morning. Hello. Hi, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports application, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Happy Friday to everybody. A formal Friday, a festive Friday. It's going to be good weather Friday, good everything Friday, heading into the weekend. Baseball returns. Got some baseball conversation today. Talked to Shannon Drayer. She's coming off her little vacay and excited to get back to the second half of the season, figure out what the Mariners are going to do, what they're going to look like. Jimothy is roaming the streets of Seattle. Do you know about Jimothy? Does everyone know? Is everyone clued in? Maura, you like Jimothy?
Well, I only know about him because Brock texted us late last night on a thread with Stacy because she herself had a raccoon go viral because her family was feeding them. But I think he's cute. It sounds like they think he has short spine syndrome. I've seen dogs with this before, so he's kind of a hunchback and like
he's a hunchback
smaller
raccoon, right?
I think he's
not a hunchback dog.
He's
still a hunchback raccoon.
He looks like the Tasmanian devil.
He's gross.
That's a good description.
Nasty. Absolutely nasty. I got nothing. I think Jimothy is there's sort of like a mythical creature thing about him, right? Where he's sort of wandering the streets of Seattle and has almost like a Bigfoot, like a Sasquatch type like myth around him. But there have been pictures, I would say less grainy than some of the footage we've seen of the Sasquatch over the years. And he's kind of gross. I'm out on Jimothy, but yeah, I'm not into it. But there are certain wild animals that I think are adorable. Like, look, my Instagram feed is filled with walruses and seals.
You know about Neil the Seal?
Of course, yeah. I'm a devout Neil the Seal fan. He's all over those traffic cones, and yeah, I like a good wild animal. Believe me. Raccoons aren't on that list. They're kind of nasty. I think they're gross. I don't find them cute at all.
I mean, I'm not going to get up close and personal with one because it's a wild animal, but
nasty.
I think they're adorable.
Well, we'll talk to Stacy. Her mom and stepdad, I believe, are like pretty like they're basically now raccoon activists. So
Stacy's the expert on this.
Yeah. So and also on going viral. So we'll bring Stacy in at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, because the story that Brock sent us was in the New York Post.
Oh yeah, no, this and you know what? We never get Stacy and Brock together, so I thought it would be fun to have the two of them together at 9 o'clock this morning. So we'll do that. I saw a wild animal yesterday. I saw a snake, and I nearly vomited. They are so revolting. I played Willows. I kind of lucked out in the weather. Like, I felt bad. I got there to Willows at 11, and a lot of people were leaving because we just had a gigantic thunderstorm, which was awesome, really fun. Ran into Larry Stone, former Mariner writer, of course, Seattle Times columnist, and all-around incredibly nice guy, and chatted with Larry for a little while. I had an awkward interaction with Larry, I'll be honest. I'll just be straight up. So I ran into him in the bathroom. I got there, and I just went to go take a leak real quick, and as I finished at the urinal, I turned around, and there was Larry Stone, which surprised me. I wasn't expecting to see him, so it kind of threw me off for a second. And so I was like, oh, my God, Larry. And I went to shake hands with him, but I was, like, walking to the...
Oh, no.
And he was like, yeah, why don't you shake it? Why don't you wash first? I was like, oh, right, yes. And I felt bad because I wasn't anyway. So it was just a little awkward. But I went out and I saw Larry, and he was there playing golf with his son Jordan, who's a great dude. And so I talked to them for a little while. They were leaving. And then I ran into old friend Ethan Kelly, who used to work here in our sales department. He was a sales manager for Cairo Radio forever and ever, and just all-around excellent guy. And we ended up just playing together at random. So that was so fun until we got to number 9, and I duffed into this little, I don't know, high grass area. But I was like, oh, I can go in there and hit out of that. And as I went in there, the third guy we were playing with, by the way, a neighbor of Bob Stelton's, why wouldn't he be? A guy named Mick. He's like, oh, heads up for the snake. And I was like, the what? And I was like, he pointed. It was far enough away that I didn't have to go running, but I saw it, slithering away, and I was like, oh, like it makes me want to vomit. Animals shouldn't move like that. It's revolting. They're absolutely revolting animals that should not move that way.
I'm with you, but mine's more just fear. I have an irrational fear when I see one.
Well, yeah, there's nothing irrational about it. It's perfectly rational. Those things are evil.
Well, I don't think we have any poisonous ones here or anything.
Maura.
I still don't like them.
Maura, they're evil.
I'm with you.
There's nothing irrational about wanting to be nowhere near anything that slithers. Snakes, eels, both of them. Just burn them. Just get them out of here. Absolutely revolting. So anyway, that's the wild animal bit for today. That is the world the Seahawks rookies are entering as they have their first practice today. I believe they reported yesterday. Look, I think some of these guys are going to be on the 25 most intriguing list. It's kind of a funky rookie class. Just kind of re-looking at it yesterday, refamiliarizing myself with the draft class. It's strange that there's only 3 guys in the top 4 rounds. Like, you can kind of divide the draft, I think, into a couple of categories. And there's usually, anyway, not always, usually, pretty big fall off on the excitement level for anybody who's not a first, second, or third round pick. Right? Like, those 3 rounds have hey, you're hoping someone's going to start. Maybe not right away, maybe not year 1. But if you were drafted in the first 3 rounds, you've got a pretty good chance to be a starter. And maybe even 4. 4th round's kind of that swing round. But 5th, 6th, 7th, I think, for me anyway, start to feel like they run together a little bit. And it's weird looking at it, past years, okay, I want this guy. You can see this guy. You can see this guy. This guy's going to be interesting. And usually, there's some new players in from the outside. There isn't a lot of that. And certainly when you look at the rookie class, you're looking at 3 guys. Right? I mean, it's sort of it's not entirely a 3-person class. And John would disagree. He'd be like, oh my God, look at all the work we did for these 5th and 6th and 7th rounders. And from their perspective, I totally get it. He's absolutely right. And the way Mike runs his ready squad, we could spend hours, and I'm sure he does, trying to figure out who those guys are going to be and the special teams. I think from a casual fan perspective, you're basically talking about Jadarian Price, Bud Clark, and Julian Neal. And of them, the more I was sort of looking at it last night, the more I was finding myself intrigued by Bud Clark. Just interesting dude, right? Plays a position as a safety that I think has room for him to grow into it, maybe right away. If he comes out there and is spectacular throughout the preseason, does he have a chance for immediate playing time? Yeah. I don't think anybody looks at Ty Okada and says, you can't mess with Ty Okada. He's a guarantee safety starter. I don't think that's the kind of player he is. I also believe that if you watch Bud Clark through, camp and eventually into preseason, and he doesn't look ready for primetime, Ty Okada's absolutely ready to be a starting caliber safety in the NFL. He's kind of that perfect person to have ahead of you where you trust him, but you don't have to keep playing him if and when Bud Clark shows that he's ready to be out on the field. So he's a playmaker. That's the key for me. Well, you want to make the team, take the ball away. At least for me. I'm sure from Mike's perspective, there's probably a lot of do your job, be in the right spot. All that's true. But take the ball away, man. You want to be a high-powered safety drafted in the 2nd round? Take the ball away. Take the ball away. So that's kind of where we're at. That's kind of where we're at. Rookies. We're a week away from training camp starting. What? Hadn't even gotten hot yet. It was freaking cold yesterday at times. We're already ready for training camp. Usually training camp signifies the end of the summer. It does start a little earlier than it used to, and it's starting a little earlier for the Seahawks because they play that Wednesday game, so they get a little couple days. But, yeah, pretty crazy.
And we get Hard Knocks, too.
Yeah, that's soon, a couple weeks. I'm psyched, man. I'm getting ready. It doesn't feel like football yet, but I'm getting ready. 360 says, imagining Maura cuddling a raccoon is cute. Okay. Imagining Saul cuddling a walrus is terrifying and scarring. Why? I'm not, first of all, I've never cuddled a walrus, nor have I ever really wanted to. Snakes are great, says the 425. They keep the rat population down. Not gross at all. It's okay for both those things to be gross. And don't send me pictures. That's just obnoxious. That's not right, 425. I told people that I would block them earlier this week. If you keep sending snake pictures, I'll find that. That's a non-starter here. Absolutely no. That's a no. Please don't ever do that again. Do not send snake photos. I will block you. That's your warning.
Yeah,
you get a warning.
I want to go to Australia someday, but I've seen enough videos about how common the snakes are there and a lot of other scary poisonous things.
Not so much.
Did you ever see that
cities,
video
though.
of like there was an exterminator that was in a house in Australia and two snakes fell through the ceiling and they were like fighting each other.
What?
It's a great video.
Go to break. Press the button. Go to break. Need to know next. That's disgusting.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Now we're less than 2 weeks away. 8 days until Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Protecting workers' rights is the goal! Thousands of workers will help power the excitement of Seattle's Summer of Soccer from June 11th through July 19th. If you're working in hotels, stadiums, restaurants, security, temp jobs, or app-based delivery, you have rights. From wage theft to minimum pay, the Seattle Office of Labor Standards wants you to know that you are protected. Call 206-256-5297 or visit seattle.gov/labor standards.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event going on right now through Sunday, August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Mariners and Giants tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 7:10. Pre-game at 6. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
When I'm catching up with friends or family, C-Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, it's where we go. A welcoming atmosphere, and I get to see my good friend, Chef John Howie.
Hey, thanks, Brock. At C-Star, we're known for fresh local seafood, unmatched hospitality, and great value. Right now, enjoy a 3-course dinner in the lounge every night, starting at just $50.
$50. You cannot beat that value these days, and it's only with Chef John Howie at CStarRestaurant.com, CStarRestaurant.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, finally, the Mariners will be back in action tonight after the break. It's felt simultaneously too long and too short. Kind of weird, but they'll start a 6-game interleague homestand with the Giants in town first. Bryce Miller will get the ball tonight. He really was their best pitcher once he was healthy in the first half. Then Brian Wu tomorrow, Logan Gilbert on Sunday. And it looks like they're going to return to the 6-man rotation, at least to start the second half. Julio Rodriguez should be activated today as well, I would assume. Buddy Kennedy, I would again assume, would be the likely man out in order to make room. But, yeah, it's go time, and John Morosi knows this team's got to start taking advantage.
Inconsistent, injured, unfulfilled first half. They should be better. And if I'm going to be honest, I believe in their chance to turn it around. There's still a future for this team, and I think it's a positive one. But, man, they have taken their sweet time in getting into the good run of form that we can actually dream on for the Seattle Mariners in the second half.
I think that's very well said. Every game, though, from here on out, I think should start to feel like it matters a little more. I think it should have a little bit more urgency. They should start to play with a little bit more urgency. And again, at the middle of it all is the guy who hit 60 home runs last year.
Cal Raleigh will fix himself. I absolutely firmly believe that because I believe in the person. And I think this first half, just as last year, guys, we talked about this is probably the 99th percentile of what Cal Raleigh is going to be. I think this year, or this first half in particular, is the first percentile of what he's going to be.
Well, good, because if that is true and he's even a little bit better, let alone a lot of bit better, obviously it makes a huge difference. Mariners also released their schedule for next season. They will open at home for the 5th straight year, this time against the Red Sox, and they'll have the Rangers in town right after that to follow before they hit the road.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Mariners aren't the only ones, though, getting back to work today. Seahawks rookies have their first practice. They've been in the building since yesterday. And then, of course, the whole team will report next week. If you need a little refresher on the class, right? Running back Jadarian Price, biggest name. Safety Bud Clark should play an immediate role, I hope. Julian Neal, corner, drafted in the 3rd round. And then after that, you got Bo Stevens, a potential lineman who could do some stuff. And most of the other guys are probably going to be more in the special teams mold, at least to start. But they have to hit on these guys, as Ian Rappaport suggested yesterday.
Look at how Seattle's roster has become one of the best rosters in the NFL. They have always done it through the draft. So what they have done this year especially is let Ken Walker leave. You let a lot of their defensive stars, you mentioned Boye Mafe, a lot of their defensive stars leave because you have enough talent in the draft to basically make up for them. So Ken Walker leaves. You have Jadarian Price coming in. Not going to be the only one filling the void there, but certainly going to help. You have Bud Clark at safety. They lost a bunch of members of their secondary. He's going to come in and help their 2nd rounder. This is always, Sarah, how Seattle has done it. They have to draft well, and thankfully for them, because John Snyder is one of the best in the NFL, they always draft well. Those guys just going to have to play sooner rather than later.
Oh my God, I could spend 10 minutes just picking apart all the things that are wrong with that 45 seconds of sound. He's really unbelievable, Rappaport.
I mean, but that's the narrative. He's not the only one.
But it's one thing, like, now they're stars. When they were here, none of them were stars. But now that they're gone, the Seahawks lost all their stars? Shut up. That's that drives me crazy.
To be fair, that's what winning a Super Bowl does. Like, there was way more people on Jeremy Fowler's list this year, too.
I get it, but, like, when they were here, they were just dudes. Now that they're gone, they're stars. And then the end of it, like, and Seahawks have always drafted. Well, yeah, for the last couple of years. There was also, like, an 8-year gap in there in which they drafted horribly. Move on. Just move on.
Here's the 3rd thing you need to know.
How dare you play me Ian Rappaport sound that I asked you for?
I told you, I saw that sound yesterday, and I was like, yeah, this is just the same thing everyone else has been saying.
How dare you put the sound on the sheet that I asked you to roll in and put on the sheet?
I should have known Ian Rappaport angers you.
It just... All right. Well, don't worry. I'll be pacified by Spain and Argentina Sunday at noon. You want to hear from Landon Donovan?
If Spain get up a goal, they will not do what England did. England decided to just try to defend, like, play the prevent defense for, a quarter and a half when they're up 3-0 in an NFL game, if that's the context, right? So Spain will not do that. If Spain go up a goal, they'll just keep doing what they do. And if Argentina get too risky and try to press too high, they'll go score the 2nd goal. And if they go try to be risky again, they'll go score the 3rd goal. And so if Argentina get down in this game, it's going to be a massive mountain to climb.
All right. British Open Championship, day 2 today. We were on 59 watch for a while. Didn't quite happen. Lucas Herbert, who you probably don't know a ton about, and that's okay, ended up shooting an 8 under 62. But that's after he bogeyed 18 and had a chance. I mean, it's like a 3 or 4 foot putt for par, unfortunately. He missed it and does shoot a 62 to tie the record. Pretty impressive. But, yeah, it's not exactly a who's who at the top of the leaderboard. Lucas Herbert, Jackson Suber, who was the leader in the clubhouse yesterday. Daniel Brown. Finally, you get to at least Sungjae Im. Matt Wallace. Bud Colley. Sam Burns, big name. Cam Young, okay. Francisco Molinari hasn't been relevant in like a decade. Pearson Coody, who I like, young kid from Texas. Yeah, like it's just not been a big name start to the Open Championship. Funny, though, as I mentioned, I like to look sometimes at the other side of the leaderboard. All right, couple guys withdrew, and you got a couple guys at 10 under, but it's funny. Where'd he go? Oh, maybe he's having a better start. Oh, Wyndham Clark, 6 over. Tied for 140th. That guy just won the U.S. Open. How weird. How weird. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Typical golf. One thing one day, totally different the next day. And yes, the courses and the conditions always have something to do with it, but that is amazing how that stuff can happen. All right. Yesterday we had the opportunity to talk to a guy in a very unique position with a lot of power, a lot of insight, a lot of knowledge, but also I think some danger ahead. You'll hear from Pat Chun next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Seattle summers are sneaky, so when the heat wave hits, it hits like I used to. Dave Wyman here. Fast Home Services has you covered with an AC tune-up for just $59.99. First-time customers get the $99 diagnostic for free. Heating and cooling done right by the local team since 1986. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate. Or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st, or relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. You can find tickets at snocasino.com and the full lineup, plus experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This should be fun, Brock. I was realizing when you sent it over yesterday, I don't think I've ever spoken to Pat Chun. I don't believe he's ever been on the show, at least while I was here. So looking forward to this. UW Athletic Director Pat Chun taking a few minutes with us right now. Good morning, Pat. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
I'm trying to think, Pat. Was it exactly 1 year ago where I was just hammering sockeye salmon with you? Was that mid? That was
actually, that was a year ago. Actually, could you guys mind if I start with a question for Brock? Because that's been on my mind.
Sure.
Oh, geez. Oh, boy.
So, let me. What's the best way? So, on one of my teammates here in athletics has a very credible case that they have seen most, if not all, the Brock sporting events his entire life, and he has given incredible on-point scouting reports about everything Brock can do sporting-wise. So, for example, football, very respectful about your acumen, your toughness. I mean, I think the only criticism he's ever given about your football is that you're left-handed. With golf, I'll be honest, he's derogatory about your golf game. Fishing, he labeled you a 5-star fisherman, and last year I learned on point. I remember coming back to the office saying, "Wow, is Brock an amazing fisherman?" Yeah. He has described your basketball game as a wannabe Sean Kemp.
Yeah.
Is that a compliment? Is that a compliment or a shot?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a fair question. I think I know the family member. Excuse me, the athletic member.
I was going to say that sounds a lot like Damon Hugh talking.
I'm surprised.
I will not divulge who it is.
I'm surprised he didn't go dunk hoop. I'm surprised he didn't go wiffle ball. I'm surprised he didn't go a lot of other areas. He hates me on the golf course because I just find a way to beat him. I'm like Messi. I just find a way late somehow.
Did he mention the drop kicks that you hit on the golf course? A lot of drop kicks. A lot of
some of those
hit the ground and then the tee.
Some of those too.
Yeah. All right.
But no, Pat and I were up in Alaska last year, actually with the Kraken. You remember Salk, Schwartzy. That was where me and Schwartzy really bonded as well. And now he's no longer a Kraken member. But here we are a year later. And Pat, I know you want to chat a little bit about kind of the totality of the program. And I think something pretty cool. We can talk football. We'll talk Big Ten. We'll talk the state of college, sports, and everything else. But I like this. I love hearing from you as you get a chance to kind of celebrate some folks there on campus that maybe don't get their due always.
Yeah, I think last week we're extraordinarily proud that our women were named the inaugural winners of the Big Ten All-State Women's Championship, which basically is an aggregation of all your women's sports and how you perform comprehensively. So, I mean, we won 2 Big Ten championships with women's rowing and women's soccer, and made NCAAs in tennis and women's basketball, and we got a top 10 women's track and field program. And softball. You always forget about softball. I would say that softball always makes the tournament, so it's not even like that's a newsmaker. So, there's, I think, a little bit more pride with the fact that we joined this league that only got stronger with the 4 schools they added relative to women's sports. And in the first year of this award, when there are, certain teams that have won national championships in the Big Ten, when you talk about comprehensive excellence, the women that wear our jerseys clearly performed at the highest level, and we believe it's the toughest conference in the Big Ten. So huge point of pride for us, and a great reflection of our student athletes and really our coaches as well.
And we're changing the fight song. Huh? Mighty are the women, wear the purple and the gold. Yeah, I mean, I think they're deserving of it.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think the school has had so much success in women's sports?
Well, I think it starts with people, and it always, and you guys know this, it always starts with who the coach is, because the coach sets the culture, stewards the culture, makes sure there's accountability. And in this crazy environment that we're in, and every sport has been affected, with the portal, with the economics of this false economy we've created in sports. So, it still comes down to, can a coach get young people to put the team's goals ahead of individual goals? And if you can do that, it's a skill set and it's a talent that'll help you for the rest of your life. And I think every coach knows that, but it's so hard to teach. And in this environment, even harder to try to convince young people to do it. But our coaches can continue to recruit young people that come to our place, kind of knowing this is the best pathway, and there's rigor in what we do academically. And so there you have to make a commitment academic-wise, but we continue to find the right young people that are obviously, high achievers, high performers, but also have the selfless nature that you need to kind of, to succeed at the highest levels.
Pat, we talked this week a bunch about the new ownership that's coming to the Seattle Seahawks, and really their job as owners is to hire the right people. That sometimes folks come into the industry and don't really have any background in that as far as the sport of football. I would probably agree. If Salk asked me that question, I would probably have answered it the same way that you did, that it is about the leaders, the tip of the spear, the coaches leading those programs. How and when did you learn to hire well? Because you're the one that in that seat, in that position as the athletic director, is hiring that women's basketball coach, the track coach, the golf coach, or you inherited them and they've stuck around like Heather Tarr and done a great job. How what's the skill set, I guess, there in that hiring process?
Well, as you guys both know, hiring coaches is an imperfect science. So I think one, you have to be fortunate to inherit a program in which, I think you can, I don't know, Scott hired Heather or Todd Turner, but I mean, the hiring goes that far back when you think about Heather and Michael Callahan and Jamie Clark. I mean, there's three coaches that have won national championships here at UW. So one, I think you have to be fortunate from that piece. And then from an AD, one, you have to learn from, like anything in life, you got to learn from your mistakes. So, and because it's an imperfect science, so I've been fortunate that, I've learned a lot through my career in terms of, what goes into it. But I think it just also comes down to, you got to find good people that fit culturally and that want to build something at the school you're at. And we're fortunate to have a collection of coaches that we are a recruit and develop school, especially in this environment. And you take all of our coaches and Jed's doing an extraordinary job recruiting right now. You just go top to bottom with Jamie Clark does with, he really focuses on Washingtonians and that national championship team. It's been well documented. 21 of the 28 young men on that team were from Washington. I mean, we are a recruit and develop program. So it's getting coaches that recognize that our method to winning is always going to be that. The economics of the sports world has changed, but we got to be true to who we are, and we got to recruit and develop at Washington.
So when you say recruit and develop, that's as opposed to what? Looking through the transfer portal or looking at other ways to build a team?
Yeah, I mean, there are multitudes of ways of winning, of building teams nowadays, and the economics of it. If you have a donor willing to spend the money, you can just go pick apart the. Put an all-star team together. But, I mean, history shows that isn't always the best way to win. I mean, if that were the case, I think the Yankees, Cowboys, you can go right down the list, would win every year. There's still a part of it that you got to build team and build culture. And we, although we are well funded and well supported, we're in this half share world in the Big Ten. It's kind of a moment we got to double down on who we are at Washington.
False economy, I think you said. The false economy of college athletics. What does that mean?
Really in the current environment, and I know our state senator, Maria Cantwell, is working on a bill with Ted Cruz, and we're hopeful that the work is put in to make sure that bill can get the support that it needs to pass. But the reality in the current environment, even though we agree to a cap, we're still a capless environment. We still have an environment where people don't want to be governed. You guys know the biggest difference between pro sports and college sports is pro sports draft. We recruit. So when you recruit, I mean, history shows we all race to the bottom as fast as humanly possible to acquire players. And that's really what begins this false economy, because there are, third-party factors that can drive up the price of players, and I get it in football. It's because of the violence of the sport. It really has the smallest window of earning potential, but also recognize that you got to go find a coach, that an environment that can allow you to be the best you can be. We also need to think about life after football, and that's where we believe in the Washington degree and what we do relative to life skill development and life after sports, internships, jobs, placement, all those things at UW. But the environment has changed significantly because we got recruits on campus that come now, and I know, Brock, you're living it right now, but you got kids bringing agents, not parents, anymore to campus. I mean, it's a unique time.
Well, and then I guess I got to ask then about the story that came out last week, talking about the deficit, the projected deficit for the athletic department. What is the state of the athletic department finances at UW right now?
Well, it was the bold decision of the university to go into the Big Ten. That last deal on the table, that I was on the other side of the state, that was on that would have that from Apple essentially for the last days of the Pac-12. I could argue there would be 10 schools bankrupt right now because the environment was always going to continue to change what it is. So there's light at the end of our tunnel. I mean, in 2030, we get to a full share. We've had to I think there's even more pride when our women win that type of award, because we've had to do budget cuts, multiple budget cuts, even since I've been here for 2.5 years, relative to trying to figure out, how we can operate as efficiently without, taking critical services and opportunities away from our student athletes. The cost of winning continues to rise. I'm a firm believer that today is the cheapest college athletics is going to be, because tomorrow the price is going to go up. But like anything, Washington, and you guys both know, has always had this extraordinary history of whatever the moment is, figuring out a way to succeed in that moment. And, we know that we'll be at this full share in 2030. We also know we need additional revenue streams beyond 2030, but those are all things we're working on in real time.
Hey, last two quick things here, Pat. The only thing that Salk really cares about. Are we going to see a women's hockey program?
Yeah, talk to Mike Callahan about that. His daughter played on Cecily's team last year. My daughter's team.
I think we got doesn't Michigan have a women's hockey? Can we
Wisconsin, Minnesota? Yeah, it's a bit of a conversation in Michigan.
What do we think? Can we
get hockey to UW, men's and women's, please?
Well, I will tell you what, the Kraken are doing an extraordinary job in terms of building a youth hockey ecosystem here in the Northwest. So. You never say never, but that sport, I mean, you look at the women's sports that are growing, it's probably even flag football is growing now too. So, I would say you never say never, but there's,
you heard it. You heard it, Salk. You heard it right there. Women's hockey is coming to UW.
Never say never.
We're probably always going to lean toward adding a women's sport before a men's sport. But the reality is we got to focus on funding our current sports before we think about adding sports. So.
And lastly, just expectations for this football season. I think schedule may be a little more favorable in some ways than a year ago. Year 3, the depth of this roster. You and I have talked about the line of scrimmage. It's a line of scrimmage league. Just kind of from your seat, the hope and expectations for 26.
Well, I think the trajectory Jed has our program on is we're gonna take another step, and he's done. He's recruiting at a level, if you believe in recruiting rankings, that our football program really hasn't had in quite since they've started keeping recruiting rankings. So, we've had, I think by all measures, we've had a really good off season. I think Jed was real happy with spring ball. Summer conditioning's going on right now, and camp's really, a couple weeks away. So, and we got a quarterback who's got a full year of starting under his under his belt now. So, and you guys know that, the maturation between essentially year 1 and year 2 is significant. So we're going to take a step. It's been a lot of fun watching Jed build this program and see the way he's built this thing up, and how big of a step. That's why he played the games. But I think everyone's going to be ecstatic about this season, because I think we got a chance this year.
What's the hardest part of your job these days?
Never getting the invite to come on the Brock and Salk Show.
Wow, that is
done. Now it's done. Now it is done.
Well, now that's over. Now what's going to be?
Now I got to find something else. Now, yeah. I guess the next thing is I got to see Brock on a basketball court. I got to see Brock on a basketball court to see what exactly Sean Kemp wanted to be.
What Damon is saying is just some of my
some advantages.
What Damon is alluding to were some of my awkward mannerisms. I was kind of goofy. I tried to think I could dunk a lot. I couldn't jump like the Rain Man. Just a poor facsimile of it, but I get it. That's fine.
Okay.
Just tell Damon to finish on the golf course next time. Okay, Pat, have a great one. Appreciate you, buddy.
There you go. Thank you, Pat.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yep.
There is Pat Chun, athletic director, of course, at the University of Washington, and we'll come back to some of that a little bit later this morning. So today is the 17th of July. Trade deadline this year in baseball is going to be August 3rd. So, about 2 weeks. It's getting kind of crazy. It's getting a little tight towards the trade deadline now. Jerry Dipoto spoke yesterday with the Seattle Times. I think this is an Adam Jude conversation. They did a Q&A together. And he was asked about the trade deadline. Let me read you his answer, and then we can kind of dig into this over the next few minutes. Here's Jerry's answer. We're definitely going to look to help the bullpen. They've been operating short for quite a while now. I believe we're in the top 5 in MLB and bullpen ERA, and that's with Gabe Spire being down for a few weeks. Matt Brash and Cooper Criswell down for much longer. Those are some of our premium leverage guys. Ideally, we'd love to add an arm to that group. But I don't know what's going to be available on the market, and it's still a slow-to-develop market because so many teams are within a hair's breadth of a playoff spot. Obviously, we want to solve the offensive question, and I would be understating our overall offensive struggle by just focusing on how poorly we played against left-handed pitching. At some point, we just have to be better offensively against all pitching. We do have a clear flaw for facing left-handed pitching, and that's something we'd like to resolve, although there are no really clear and obvious places we can fit those players on our roster, and there are no clear and obvious players who are available who can upgrade us in that way. The best players we can acquire are the players we have. We just need them to do the things that they have historically done. Okay, a lot in there. There's a lot. The first part on the bullpen. Look, Jerry does this a lot. This is a very Jerry statement. This whole thing has a lot of Jerry to it, right? I mean, he's kind of starting with, hey, here are some numbers that show we're actually doing a little bit better than you think. And that is, I get it. I understand why he goes down that road. I don't know if now's the time that people want to hear that. But, I understand that he's looking at it and saying, okay, from our perspective, the bullpen has been good, and we'd like it to be even better because they're missing a few people. And he's right. Who's going to be available? Aroldis Chapman, who I never thought they were going to acquire anyway. Red Sox, what did I see today? Have like a 60% chance of making the playoffs. Maybe it was a 40% chance. Like, they're not going to trade Aroldis Chapman right now. Like, those names aren't going to be available. The Astros aren't that far behind you. Now they traded Lance McCullers, so maybe they're still going to trade one of their they'll trade their closer, but I don't think they're trading him here, and I don't think the Mariners are going to take on that kind of money for a closer. So what are you really looking at? Real leverage arms? Is Luke Weaver that guy? If he is, maybe he's going to be available. It sounds like the Mets have already said they're willing to start taking offers on their players, and maybe Luke Weaver, who they had a couple of years ago, maybe he ends up coming back here when it's all said and done. But, it does. If there's something I think they can get done, it's getting a reliever. Is it going to be the kind of leverage reliever they need? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. Second part of this is about the hitting. And he's right. The left-handed hitting is not good, or the hitting against left-handed pitching is obviously a flaw, and they do need to hit better in general. Those two things are very true. What's going to make a lot of people mad is the quote, the best players we can acquire are the players we have. We just need them to do the things that they have historically done. he's right, but it's the wrong way to say it. I guess that's how I would phrase this. Jerry's right. The trade deadline this year does not have, in all likelihood, the kinds of players that fans want that are going to make a true impact on this lineup. That's just the reality of the situation. You get mad about it, but it is the reality. Is that unfortunately the way the American League is this year, it just doesn't have many options. Here's Jordan Schusterman, who said the same thing yesterday.
This is also not exactly a market ripe with offensive upgrades. So I would say that is also probably part of why Dipoto is so readily saying something like that.
Right? I agree with him. There's not a tremendous number of bats that are going to be available. I wish that Jerry in this case would say that without saying the best players we can acquire are the players we have. He's right, but I don't like the phrasing of that. Just say the best thing for our team would be for Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, Josh Naylor, whomever, we all know who he's talking about, would be for our stars to hit up to the back of the baseball card. I think fans can understand that. That a great Cal Raleigh, that a great Julio Rodriguez, that a great Josh Naylor would have more impact than a trade for Taylor Ward or whomever. Maybe he's not even available. I don't know. We'll find out. Just say that that's where the biggest impact will come. But when you say the best players we can acquire, now you're going back on a trope that people hate, that you know people hate. They hate that phrase. They hate the idea that you're considering your own players to be deadline acquisitions. That makes people mad, understandably, because it sounds like you're trying to substitute out doing nothing and saying it's the same as doing something. And Jerry is right. The best thing for the team is for their guys to be better. That's going to have a bigger impact than the deadline. But saying it as that's going to be our big acquisition, it's not an acquisition. And that's what makes people mad.
Well, you didn't like it when the Seahawks said that Jamal Adams was like a draft pick, right?
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
That's just, he's already on the team. And I think he's right, but I really think it's the wrong way to say it to a group of fans. It's sadly not unlike the 54% thing, which was correct. Teams that have that number, get to that number, tend to make the playoffs. But in the timing in which it was said, it sounded a lot like all we're trying to do is get to 54%. We don't want to go any higher. It's not what he said. It's not what he meant. But the way that comes across to a frustrated fan, and in this case, I think there's a lot of frustrated Mariner fans, and Jerry and Justin, they're part of it. They're frustrated. Jerry's frustrated. But that's saying that it's just not the way to say it. And I love this from Theo Epstein. Let me just play this quickly because I think it fits very nicely with this. One of the reasons the deadline can be so important, I've said this for years.
Trade deadline acquisitions in general, like from the outside looking in, or if you take just a purely analytical look at baseball, you don't understand the impact that it has in the clubhouse. Because like these guys have done all their offseason work, grinded all of spring training, put the on the line the whole season, and then they look at the front office like, you guys have one job. You have one job. Like, get us.
That is how we look at the front office during the season.
And trust me, we can feel one job. Like, get us what we need. And like, I've been through years where like you just can't get it because you're asking to be paid like 5x the prices, and you just can't do it, and you feel like you just let everybody down. So take it very personally as an organization. Like, we need to deliver.
What is the Lovable Reunion podcast?
It was those guys, Dave Ross and...
some of the Cubs guys.
I had their names in our email.
Oh, okay. So some of the Cubs guys. All right, that's where Theo Epstein was.
A podcast they do.
Got it. Okay. Well, it's a wonderful sentiment, and it speaks very much to what I know and have learned about baseball, and some of which came from watching and studying Theo Epstein and some of the people who took his place afterwards, the Ben Cheringtons and Jed Hoyers and those types of guys. Theo's a pretty smart guy. He's arguably the greatest GM to ever do it. He's certainly going to be in the list of the, any conversation about that list. And look, I will also say on the other side of this, the team itself hasn't done that. The players haven't done that this year. They haven't gone and put their, whatever Theo said, on the line and done everything and now get to say to the front office, you have one job, go do it. Well, no, you have a job. You guys haven't lived up to your billing. You guys haven't played up to your standard. You guys haven't hit up to the back of your baseball card. I think Jerry right now is very justified in not doing anything major at the trade deadline. I think he's going to continue to try, as he should. And, there's a wide open American League. There are a lot of reasons to go after it. But in a deadline where there's not a lot available and your team itself has not shown you that they are, of that ilk, you got to be a little careful. Here's the best thing that can happen. The Mariners spend the next 2.5 weeks dominating, playing the kind of baseball we thought they would as a World Series kind of team. If they've got, 15, 16 games for the deadline, win 10 of them. Win 10 of them. And show the world and show Jerry and show Justin, show them all, show the fans, now we're going to go out and make this team even better, as opposed to now we're going to try to use the trade deadline to salvage? No. So I don't like the way Jerry phrased it. I'm going to be very clear. I think that's poor phrasing, and I don't think any fan wants to hear that's our acquisition. But those guys do need to step it up in the next couple of weeks before the trade deadline, and if they do, I think they make it a whole heck of a lot easier for Jerry and Justin and the Mariner brass to go make the right moves at the deadline.
Continuing coverage of the sale of the Seahawks. Breaking it down with a little Dave Wyman Stanford math.
It has exploded from the time when I played. It was $194 million in '97 when they sold it. Reminder that $1 billion is 1,000 million. And so if you take $194 million times 50, that's about what the sale is at. It's a big deal.
The home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
The best safety feature on any machine is a well-trained operator. With online, hands-on, in-class, and blended options, Levitt Training helps your team stay safe, certified, and confident on the job. Book your training today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Cool cars, cool people, good tires. It's the Good Guys 38th Griots Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, a giant car show featuring over 3,000 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, classic trucks, and more. Enjoy live music, a free family fun zone featuring the Auto World Model Car Make and Take, and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest and more. Happening July 24th through the 26th at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best?
The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717. 800-900-1717.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, it's a Friday and Brock is here. Good morning.
Hello, Michael.
How we doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay.
I got my mind racing a few different ways.
Okay.
Got a big group tonight to cook for. Tonight.
Okay. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
I was just reading through this.
I saw that he did not get an Olive Garden pasta pass.
Oh, no.
No, I did not. I was kind of pissed.
Heartbreaking. Sorry.
Yeah. I waited, counted it down, 3, 2, 1. I hit right at the 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom. I'm in.
It was already sold out?
It said I'm in the queue with 200 other.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, and then Molly did it like 2 minutes later just to see, and she was like, "Yep, you're in the queue. You're one of 600,000," and they only gave away 200,000. So I'm like, "Well,
so
I just got to hold on.
Border.
I just got to hold on. Just hang on." And I'm hanging on, and I'm like just looking at my screen, keeping it active. Olive Garden got me yesterday. What a mind trick! What a marketing job they did. And I wasn't alone in that. There were a lot of our other coaches, families, players. Nobody got it. So I'm wondering, like, if it's like the McDonald's board that nobody gets. Like nobody.
But this didn't actually force you. Like, at least with McDonald's Monopoly, you went in and had to buy stuff at McDonald's.
Correct.
You didn't actually have to buy anything at
nothing.
Well, now you're probably mad at them and aren't going to go there.
No, probably not. But it was just.
So how did that work? Didn't seem like it was very good marketing at all. Maybe it had the opposite effect.
Yeah, I don't know. Jedi mind trick. Everybody's talking Olive Garden and raccoons. And what else? What else do you want to talk about?
I was reading through these Jerry quotes. Did you read through the whole quotes?
They're pretty long. I skimmed.
Long, but at the end of it, he has some good stuff here. Like, we need bullpen help, and we want to make our hitting better, especially against left-handers. It's all true. But I think, the thing that is still hard for people to hear, even if it's accurate, is the best players we can acquire are the players we have. We just need them to do the things that they've historically done. And I was just saying, he's not wrong. The best thing they could do is the best thing that would help the team the most would be for Julio, Cal, and Josh Naylor to all have tremendous second halves.
Yep.
Nothing would be better than that.
It's not even second half.
Right. I mean, but
2/3. Yeah.
That would be the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think anyone wants to hear that as an acquisition, because it's not. Acquisitions are different. Acquisitions have more of an effect because of what they tell your team and and he's right. It's hard to find not a good market for it. He's right. Mm-hmm. And you don't want to overpay, and their roster and especially their lineup doesn't really have a good natural fit for some of the things that they need to bring in. He's right.
And it's coming off of a season where the year before, the proof of concept was very good.
Mm-hmm.
Where you did add exciting pieces and that hope and that unknown with Naylor and that hope with good vibes. And you did it, previous years with Luis Castillo, and you make the playoffs because the proof of concept of getting a difference maker.
But I really think it's hard for a fan to hear the best players we can acquire are the players we have. That's the right. He's right. And yet it's it's a tough way to phrase it. And,
how would you like him to phrase that?
I said it earlier. I would like him to say, we're going to do everything we can at the deadline to acquire, but nothing would help our team more than our best players being our best players. That would be I think that's how you phrase it. Because that's true. You're going to go, he is still going to, that's what he means, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he means. But the trope of, we're acquiring players by getting our own players to play better, people have heard that. Unfortunately for Jerry, fans associate that with, I'm not going to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying hard enough to do anything. I don't want to do anything. I don't have the money to do anything. Fans don't hear that the way he means that is my impression, certainly based on what we've heard and seen over the last, half decade or so. Fans, and I think that's true not just in Seattle. This is across baseball. Ian was just complaining about the way the Red Sox have done that. Other teams say the same thing. They're not alone.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's the sentiment any fan wants to hear. The best thing for the team would be for our players to play up to the back of their baseball card. But we're going to go out there and do everything we can to augment that and support them and try to make our team better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you've got 97 games of data. That's been a hard watch, right? I mean, it's also prisoner of the element of right now, that bias of now that I don't think Jerry and Justin and that crew can have. They've got to have the long game. They've got contracts signed. They've got Naylor for 3 more years, Julio for 7 more years, Cal for 5 more years, Colt Emerson, they just inked to an 8-year. So they play the long game and they believe in these guys, but fans are just fanatical. And it's right here, right now. What am I seeing? And what I'm seeing is Cal having the roughest season of his career, Naylor taking a step back this year, Julio, albeit one good month, is still pretty mercurial. And yeah, man, help them. Give them some help.
Yeah.
JP slowing down in the field. And I mean, there's just kind of questions.
The thing is, and now I'll take the other side of it, because I think that despite the awkward way in which that is phrased, look, it is a bad trade deadline. There are a lot of teams that are in it, at least right now. We still got 2.5 weeks before this thing, actually happens. But as of right now, most of the teams are in it. There aren't a tremendous number of players. Jordan Schusterman came on, said that yesterday, especially on the offense side. There's just not a lot of bats that are going to be available. And the Mariners do have some awkward fits. That's all true. And and
it's really hard to hit in baseball. That is true.
And Cal and Julio and Naylor, absolutely, if they get hot and get back to who they are, will have a huge, profound impact on this team. And they can improve their own chances just by playing better, focused, cleaner baseball. So, like, there's a lot of ways.
And there's a guy at AAA in Arroyo that's a right-handed bat that could help. And there's a couple kids, and one in particular down at AA. So you have those resources a whole lot closer or ready.
And you may be able to add to your bullpen just by moving one of your 6 starters to it. Like, there are a lot of ways the Mariners can improve internally in the second half. Heck, Brock, we've talked about it for the last week during the All-Star break.
Have we really?
Nonstop.
Seriously?
There are lots of ways they can get better without acquiring a single piece. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And I have, if Jerry says, great, say that. Hey, we can get better 10 different ways without before, and I would say it as before we go out and acquire help.
Yeah.
But that's not in place of. Yeah. That is not an acquisition, and I think fans have heard that before, and they've come to roll their eyes at, our acquisition is going to be what's already on our team. Fans roll their eyes at it just when the acquisition is somebody coming back from being hurt. And in this case, it's not even somebody coming back from being hurt. It's just somebody playing better. And I think fans roll their eyes like, that's not an acquisition. Do both.
Yep.
Get those guys to play well and then go acquire something. And honestly, the best thing I think they could do to help their chances of acquiring someone is to play better over the course of the next couple of weeks. Go play 10 and 15 ball before the deadline.
See, you woke up thinking about lots
5,
of this.
excuse me.
You thought you woke up thinking about that mutated raccoon. You woke up thinking about the Mariners and these quotes. I'm thinking about at 9:30 today. What is her name? Kathy?
Yeah.
Who just believes in the boys?
Oh, I forget her name.
Janet.
Janet, if you're listening right now, Janet, I think you're kind of the elixir for these boys. I mean, they're your boys.
The young boys.
The young boys.
The young men.
Just to play better. So, Janet, I'm working this.
Liken them to puppies.
Yeah.
I'm working this Friday for one reason and one reason alone. All right? To be with Mike and Ian and Maura, absolutely. But to hear from Janet when we open this phone lines at 9:30.
All right. Well, that'll be.
Can we make that happen, Janet?
I don't know if we can, but we'll see. Brock.
We did get her on the phone again, and then it dropped right before we were going to go to her.
Yeah. I'm waiting for you, Janet. Couple hours.
Maybe
Let's
not
chat.
High quality, technologically sound might be my guess. I don't know. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then Brock, the rookies are here. We got some football to talk. The young men. It is Brock and Salk CL Sports on 710.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Now we're less than 2 weeks away. 8 days until Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
When you order a ride from a rideshare company, do you know what you're getting? Big rideshare companies have been caught failing to protect passengers from dangerous drivers and not supporting drivers and passengers after an accident, all to protect their profits. That's why if you've been injured in a rideshare vehicle, you need Davis Law Group to protect you. Their in-house team of investigators and legal staff has a successful track record of taking on rideshare companies, and they've won millions. Visit DavisLawGroupSeattle.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoy the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more. He's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More. Fast internet speed.
He's got the geeks to go big. Bring him the game
right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good night's sleep.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock. Finally, like The Rock, the Mariners are back in action tonight after a break that I was saying earlier, it almost simultaneously felt too long and too short. But they will get back to play in meaningful baseball games. Giants will be in town. That's not a very good baseball team. I think they're 16 games below 500. They've struggled. Bryce Miller gets the ball first. He really was their best pitcher throughout most of his time healthy in the first half. Then it'll be Brian Wu tomorrow, Logan Gilbert Sunday, 6-man rotation after that as They finish up that homestand with the Reds. Julio Rodriguez should be activated today. I'm not sure what the corresponding roster move would be. I would guess Buddy Kennedy. So, yeah, it's like go time for this team now.
Did you read anything into how they set the rotation coming out of the break?
Well, the biggest thing is I'm sure after getting hit in the hand, Emerson Hancock got the most amount of rest. He's going to, pitch last.
Yep.
It feels like they're throwing their 3 best pitchers right off the bat and give those guys as many starts as they can.
And all 6 are going to pitch on this homestand and then be evaluated. Any news on Mr. Donovan last night?
Didn't get any news on that.
You didn't see the stats from the Arizona complex.
I didn't look. I know he's supposed
he played last night.
I think he might be on his way to Tacoma to play today. That actually, I'm not. Don't quote me, but I think.
And then we expect another week there, right?
At least. Yeah, I mean, I get 8 to 10 days is sort of my assumption as a minimum. You don't know how the injury is going to respond. He's going to need some off days. He's going to need to get his timing right. Yeah, it is. It's an interesting time for them. We've said it over and over. Stars got to hit. Stars got to play that way.
Colt Emerson started shortstop tonight.
Another question. Colt Emerson going to be on the roster?
Shannon Drayer got a splint on her pinky?
Yes. That is a guarantee. Yeah, Colt is one of those guys I'm kind of have a watch on. Didn't play 2 of the 3 games in Tampa. I'm absolutely got a watch on that. Yeah. I'm curious to see what that's going to look like here. Maybe a little break will be good for him, and you give him an opportunity here after the break to go out there and do his thing. But I think I'm going to have some eyes on whether or not that happens, because if it doesn't,
Curious Mike is a curious little morning radio host. Curious Mike.
I don't know what that is. Is that a Curious George thing?
Yeah,
I guess I don't know that theme.
Oh, you don't?
I guess not.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
By the way, Mariners also released their schedule for next season. Going to open up at home again, 5th straight time. This year, it'll be against the Red Sox. Rangers follow right after that. Mariners, not the only ones back to work today. Seahawks rookies, Brock, are going to be practicing. They're in the building. The whole team reports next week. You want to get annoyed? Here's Ian Rappaport on what the Seahawks need to do to repeat.
If you look at how Seattle's roster has become one of the best rosters in the NFL, they have always done it through the draft. So what they have done this year especially is let Ken Walker leave. You let a lot of their defensive stars, you mentioned Boye Mafe, a lot of their defensive stars leave because you have enough talent in the draft to basically make up for them. So Ken Walker leaves. You have Jadarian Price coming in. Not going to be the only one filling the void there, but certainly going to help. You have Bud Clark at safety. They lost a bunch of members of their secondary. He's going to come in and help their second rounder. This is always, Sarah, how Seattle has done it. They have to draft well, and thankfully for them, because John Schneider is one of the best in the NFL, they always draft well. Those guys just going to have to play sooner rather than later.
Now they're stars, Brock.
Yeah.
Now all the guys that left are stars.
Right.
They weren't stars when they were here, but now they're stars. Also, they've always drafted well. Sure. Don't worry about the 8 years where they didn't draft well, but, they've always drafted well.
Right.
How do you be wrong in so many different ways?
He's not wrong in the sense this is a draft and develop program.
That's true.
Like Pat Chun said about UW, like the Jerry Dipoto and Justin will tell you about the Mariners. Like, this is a draft and develop sports world up here. It is not a buy and spend and spend and spend and spend on credit cards.
It's bizarre. Wow, they lost all these stars. Like, what? You didn't call Boye Mafe a star last year. I never heard anybody call Kobe Bryant a star. Now that they're gone, the Seahawks have lost all their defensive
Mora
stars.
called Ken a star, but she was about it.
That's about it. That really got me. Now they're stars.
I can tell.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Stars will be out on Sunday, Brock. Messi's going to be playing. Argentina, Spain.
I think I know the answer to this question for my curious little Mike.
Okay.
But I don't even know if I should ask it because I don't even think you know this is happening. And it's going to irritate you that much more. And we already lost that guy, Vowel. He sent me 3 tweets letting me know that he's out.
He's out. We won't listen anymore.
I'm out. Salk's just making fun of me.
Oh.
And then he didn't like the way he spelled his last name.
Oh.
Mike, do you know they have a 3rd and 4th game? 3rd and 4th place finish game?
I think I did. I think I knew that. Is that
You
tomorrow?
did know that? Uh-huh.
I think I knew that. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
You okay with that?
Yeah, it's like the Olympics. I mean, do they give out something for being in third? Like, I don't know. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, these little stuffed animals.
Oh, they get those newts or whatever they were. Yeah, no, that doesn't bother me. Why would that bother me?
All right.
I don't care.
I always
I'm
felt
fair.
so bad.
I'm fair-minded.
Like growing up in the Final Four, right? You'd have the championship game, and it was almost like, oh, don't make those guys play.
Really?
I think so. Like,
You're battling for third. If there's money on the line, like in the Olympics, it makes sense because you got the bronze medal.
100%.
Does it make sense here? I don't know. I don't know how the I don't know. It doesn't
guy
bother me.
and gal is going to let you know right now.
I'm sure they will.
There's money from.
I think the winner gets a bye in the CONCACAF Cup.
That's not nice, man.
No.
Nope.
Been watching the Open Championship, Brock?
Well, I see that your buddy's got to go 3 under today.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Lucas Herbert went 8 under today.
Justin's cousin, by the way.
Yeah. Lucas went 8 under today. He had a chance to shoot a 61. And unfortunately,
yeah, there have been some lower
bogeyed
scores.
number
So
18.
weather must be pretty decent.
It has been. And have you done what I always tell you to do? Have you looked at the other end? You see Wyndham Clark?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. He was like 6. Oh, he's battled back. He's now 3 over after shooting 70 today, but just crazy. Crazy to see. All right.
Does our guy DeChambeau make it?
Yeah.
I think he and Chef and
DeChambeau's
Spieth and
3 under.
Okay, I know, but they're all teeing off here.
Oh, I mean, DeChambeau is going to, I bet you by the end of the day, Bryson is like.
Well, you know what your guy Chambly loves to say is that all of these live guys, none of them have any grit anymore. They just get to go play in shorts. They're not in competitive environments. They play these team games.
I didn't say he was going to win the tournament, but
gazillions of
dollars.
dollars. And because of it, hardly any of them have been any relevant in these.
When are we going to get him on the show?
I don't know if I can handle you and him.
Really? Brandel's so good. He's the best analyst out there, man, in anything.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody the other day who totally agreed. Oh, it's Brady. I think Brady Henderson's on the same train. I think Brady's right there. Like, yeah, Brandel Chambly's as good as it gets.
I'll take.
You'll take Shannon over Brandel Chambly?
I'll take Pinky.
All right. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here.
You think she'll be down with that nickname or not?
I'm going to guess no. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, probably
but she's kind of earned it when you've destroyed your pinky.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Shannon. I don't think she's going to want that. But you try and see where it gets you. I'm curious to see where that gets you.
I mean, Wyman and Bob. I think it was an Adam Ray thing called Left Go Thumb. So.
Oh, they do.
Got pinky and thumb.
You got the pinky and the thumb.
They should hang out together. All right. Okay. I saw another thing. Everything's annoying me today, but I.
But you were in such a good mood yesterday.
I know, that's gone. I'm actually in a perfectly good mood.
It's Friday.
I know, I'm in a perfectly good mood, but I did read a bunch. These are like little sports things that I read and was just like, what? It's like the Ian Rappaport thing. Like I heard, I was like, what? That's just not right. The Jerry thing where you read it and you're like, don't say that. Don't say it that way. And I got this one yesterday from Bill Barnwell where I was like, really?
Yeah. I don't like this one.
Does this make any sense? Someone's going to have to help me on this one. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
There hasn't been a new owner for this team since 1997.
I'm looking up, I'm reading about them because I didn't know anything about the family, honestly. It was interesting. A tech family, very smart. But the second thing I thought about was, can you just be an owner? Just be an owner. Don't mess with anything that's going on because Mike and John have created something special over there.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with a test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
The countdown is on.
Just 8 days.
Until Seahawks training camp on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
50 seasons, 50 legends, one unforgettable night. Join the Mariners Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night at T-Mobile Park, presented by Daktronics.
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Before the team takes on the Rays, arrive early for the most epic pregame ceremony in Mariners history. You'll witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. From Griffey to the big unit, from Ichiro to Nelson Cruz, and every legend in between, you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Junior with a 2-run home run. Everybody is going bonkers here in the Kingdom.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, Maura, that's a good question. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can go to the movies and not get popcorn. I've only done it like one time in my life.
You love popcorn about as much as anyone I know.
I love it. And movie theater popcorn is A+. Number
Maura,
one.
you don't know how.
Howdy was on that list, too.
Oh, okay.
Howdy bathed in
No,
movie theater
I would say
butter.
I like it just as much. It's just that I'm not willing to take a large out of the trash in order to get it refilled. That's what Howdy
Men
did.
today are
The
rubbing.
cookies weren't the first thing
Oh,
that
no.
Howdy took out of the trash.
No.
Okay.
Trash cookies, eating over trash receptacles, and yes, taking out the extra large or whatever it was. bag
Movie
of popcorn
theater
so
garbage
get it refilled
cans
for free.
were Howdy's playground.
Yes. Yeah, that was like a great...
Many men today rub beef tallow on their face. Howdy was rubbing movie theater butter on his face long before that.
But I've been pretty good. I've been, kind of getting back into the shape I want to be and using the whole East Side thing. It's been great. East Side Weight Loss Clinic, awesome. And I
can see it in your face.
But tomorrow, I'm going to go see The Odyssey. I'm psyched. We got tickets to see The Odyssey in 70 millimeter. I can't wait. It looks awesome. I don't know if I can not eat popcorn. I don't know if I can do it. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. I don't think I have
think
a pretty
Dr.
good
Coogan,
willpower,
I
but
think
not
Dr.
that kind.
Coogan would say, Mike, it's okay.
I think that's what he would say.
He would say, have a little balance.
I think that's what he would say.
You've done great. You look great. You're down 20. Your face shows it.
It'll take a little extra time. It'll take another couple days. That's fine. I'm just going to have to deal with that because I can't say no when that popcorn shows up. So Sam Darnold is the 7th best quarterback in the league, 10th best quarterback in the league, 15th best quarterback. Okay, he's somewhere in that top 15. Somewhere in that 7 to 15 range, and everyone's going to have different opinions as to exactly where. All right, fine. We've kind of debated it and talked about it all throughout the week. But Morris sent over the Bill Barnwell story yesterday, and it's an interesting – Bill does such interesting work. I don't always agree with it. In fact, I would say often I disagree with it fairly strongly, but I appreciate the creativity with which he attacks his craft because he's always looking at a new way of analyzing the game. And in this case, he is trying to figure out how many players each team has that other teams would give up first-round picks for. And it's like, Jackson Smith and Jigba, multiple first-round picks somebody would give up in order to get him. Leonard Williams, first-round pick. And he kind of went through those guys. Sam Darnold, no first-round picks. He says no one would give up a first-round pick for Sam Darnold.
Right now? Like, this is the right now, right?
This is right now. No one would give up a first-round pick for Sam Darnold. Now, I don't know exactly how he works contracts into that. I find it hard to believe. You're telling me there is not a single team in the NFL that would want the reigning Super Bowl champion quarterback on a reasonable deal for 2 more years, $30-something million. You're telling me the Cardinals don't want that? You're telling me the Jets, the Saints, the Browns, the Steelers? You're telling me none of those teams, all right, maybe not now that the offseason is over, but like here in this past offseason, you're telling me none of those teams would have traded a first-round pick for Sam Darnold? The Steelers wouldn't? Really? That's just, it can't even be possible.
No.
That doesn't even make sense. And if that's the case, then maybe we are having a truly different view of the world here in Seattle than everyone else does. No one would say that Sam Darnold is worth a first-round pick? Really?
Anybody in the bottom half of that first round, especially as we know, which is really closer to a second-round pick for a franchise quarterback on a good deal who's a normal, wonderful human being, go watch the old quarterback documentary. We got through episode 2 last night. Go watch boring Joe Flacco. I mean, boring. This is going to be the worst year of the 3. I'll say it right now. This will be the worst year. There's no Mahomes. There's no Burrow. There's no Kirk Cousins. And they're trying. God bless Omaha Productions and Peyton, and I can see his handiwork, and he's trying. There's more Jaden Daniels than Jaden. Jaden doesn't talk much. Really nice guy. Beautiful, magnetic smile. But there's like no depth there whatsoever. Joe is unbelievably boring. Cam is like a college kid. Right, still talking about his, he broke the huddle in the first game. Like, let's go get paid. I'm like, no, you've gotten paid. So, like, let's come up with some new slogans. Like, you could see he might end up being the star of this, actually, especially with some of the headlines he made last year as the season went along, and he was just blunt. I mean, he's just like blunt. And then Baker, and I think he's being a little guarded.
Because he wants to get paid.
Exactly. So Yeah, I don't think this will be a terribly exciting. And I say all of that into this conversation. Like, yeah, Sam, what was Bill's analysis of him? He's kind of quiet. He's just kind of like, he's not magnetic. He's not loud. He's not, charismatic. But he's just freaking beloved by his organizations because of that.
Mm-hmm.
He just, when you're around him, and I had about, half hour after one of the practices in the off season and chat with him and Drew, like, good dude. Talk to anybody, any evaluator, any scout, like, good dude. And this league turns oftentimes quarterbacks, in the whole machinery of the quarterback process can turn, and we watched it with Russ and Gino. We see how hard it is to remain normal and just a good dude that gets along with everybody. Yeah, that's very perplexing to me.
He's frustrating because there's two knocks on Sam Darnold. One is that he's kind of boring, but I think that the love that he seems to generate from his teammates would absolutely, essentially cancel that out. The issue is, like, if you're making the case against it, the issue is pretty simple. 14 picks and 11 fumbles last year. I mean, that's the case. Now, not all of those fumbles were lost, but that's 14 picks and 11 fumbles. That's the case. That's the entirety of the case against Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. Now, remember, none in the postseason, none in his 3 playoff games, one of which was close and the other one of which was sort of iffy-ish close, and the other was obviously a blowout. But
6 of those 14 against the Rams.
Yeah, but
4-2.
But still 14.
Mm-hmm.
14 picks, 11 fumbles. I don't think you're ever going to fix Sam Darnold's fumbles. It has been a problem since I've known who he was in college. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're ever going to fix the fumbles. Maybe it'll go from 11 to 8, but it's not going to go from 11 to 3. Like, I don't think that's going to happen at this stage in his career. It's and for all that he's worked on it, I just get the sense that it's just part of who he is. He's going to fumble the ball sometimes.
It's like your driver. There's going to be a hole or two, and
it's just going to go awry.
It's going to happen.
It's just going to go awry. Yeah, didn't mean to. Oh, yep, that's 50 yards left. Yeah, that's not going to work at all. So that's going to be a problem for him forever. Can you get the 14 picks down to 9? Sam Darnold gets 14 picks down to 9 and still has, 8 to 10 fumbles. What do you mean nobody would trade a first round? Of course somebody would. He's a Pro Bowler. He's tremendous, right? And he has that in him because we know how he played in the Super Bowl.
29. I mean, he's got, I think, realistically 4 or 5 of his prime years still left. He doesn't have to run. He can move enough. He's athletic enough. I would like to see him run a little bit more. But once again, you watch this documentary and you can see why these guys don't want to run. There's Baker's elbow. There's Baker's arm. There's Baker's shoulder. There's Baker's knee. There's Jaden Daniels' elbow. There's Jaden Daniels' knee. Like, you see why these guys want to try to protect themselves as much as possible, and he does that. This team cut down on sacks, not just because the O-line was way better, and they were, but also because Sam understands protections. He understands how to protect himself. He understands how to be available. The last 2 years when he won 14 regular season games in back-to-back years. Let me tell you a little something about Minnesota before Sam. Meh. With Sam, wow. Leaves Minnesota, meh. Seattle before, meh. Seattle with him, wow. Super Bowl. You can take that, Salk. You can use that meh.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Did you come up with that on your own?
I sure did.
Wow. Brilliant. Very smart. You just got to cut down the turnovers.
Yeah.
That's all. 5 come from behind. 5 late game drive. I think it's last minute drives or whatever, game winning drives. He kind of did everything last year. The only thing he can do is limit the turnovers a little bit more. Take 14 turnovers and turn that into 9 or 10. Picks rather. Take 11 fumbles and make that 8. You do that, and I don't know what else you're going to say about Sam Darnold. Now, again, I don't know how you the harder question for Sam, for me, and it's much more of a reality, is how much you're going to pay him. Mm-hmm. Do you believe he's worth the $65 million that he's probably going to be, in line for after this season? We talked to Hawk Blogger.
I would need to see what happens this year before I'm willing to certainly say, yes, you should do that. I think that based on the data I've looked at, it is just very, very hard still in this day and age to win consistently and win championships with quarterbacks that are making over 10% of the cap. And so depending on where the cap is and how that all, I don't care what he makes. I can care about what percentage of the cap he makes. And you got to have enough money to be able to pay other parts of the squad, because you might be going up against Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett and Kobe Turner and Matthew Stafford and a bunch of other folks. You need as many arrows in the quiver as you can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not just about that baseline number. I think that's pretty wise. It really is. That percentage of the cap, which you always argue, because the percentage of the cap is like, okay, how many other good players?
Right, and so I'm using the $65 million not because I care about the amount of money Sam Darnold makes, but I'm using it as like in today's money, that's essentially doubling his pay.
How many pieces on the board can I still have?
Right.
If I'm paying the king all of that, I'm going to lose some pawns. We saw that here. You see it all over the NFL.
You're going to lose more than pawns. Now, let me be clear. You pay Sam Darnold essentially double what he's making now, you're going to lose some pawns. It's not just pawns.
Bishop.
You're going to lose a bishop. You're going to lose a rook.
A rook?
Yeah. You're going to lose other players. Huh? Not particularly. I never really got that into it.
You never got into chess?
But I understand, what the pieces are.
Mora, Ian, you guys chess masters at all? Every
never played.
What do you say, Mora?
I've never played.
You've never
played chess?
Never?
Played checkers, not chess.
Oh, all right. You want to play chess sometime?
No.
All right. Just checking. So you don't know the difference between a bishop and a rook?
Nope.
Whoa.
Rooks are on the end, bishops are the pointy ones, right?
Well, yeah, but also in terms of what they do.
What's the horse?
Like their ranking.
Those are knights.
I
know where they move.
How they move.
I know how it
move
goes.
differently. Anyway, regardless, we went through this yesterday, and I'm not going to back off that. If you think Sam Darnold is worth that huge contract, you have to believe that he can still win Super Bowls if you take off two pretty good players from your team. Mm-hmm. We went through who some of those types of players
and
were
if your
yesterday.
team is 70 and not 53, or your team is 70 and not 22, right? I mean, that's where the Rams, and we're going to see it play out over the course of this season, right? They have very, very, very expensive chess pieces. And if Aaron Donald's coming back, he's not coming back paid like a pawn. He's going to be paid very, very handsomely as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is what he's trying to leverage is he's also, hey, I'm working out. Hey, I'm coming back. No, I'm not coming back for minimum. You're going to pay me, $20 million for me to put my body through this.
But again, we went through who the players are that are making the amount of money that you would need. Like the guys in that 10 to 12 million range. Take two of these players away: Julian Love, DeMarcus Lawrence, Ernest Jones, Charles Cross, Abe Lucas, Jackson Smith and Jigba on his old deal, Devin Witherspoon.
So you don't like Ian Rappaport's
Jaron
report, and it's largely wrong. But the only merit of real truth in it is you have to draft well.
You have
so that Drake and Tyrese supersede Ernest Jones.
Mm-hmm.
If Ernest got to go, then Drake Thomas at $3 million this year plays like a $10 million player.
You just have to believe that Sam can make up the difference of losing two really good players and the ability to pay them. You can't do everything in this league, right?
And alongside that, your development is that good and trustworthy.
It's also not just those guys. I mean, like you're paying $7 million to Rashid Shaheed and $6+ to Derek Hall and, $7 for Jason Meyer. Like all of those numbers add up. If you want to add today's money, $30 million to your cap by adding, by paying more for Sam Darnold, it's going to come from somewhere. So you have to believe that he can carry more on his back than he has taken thus far. We'll see. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Rob.
I hope I have an answer.
Are you asking me Blue 88 questions today?
I did not send them again.
Well, I thought you were asking me Blue 88 questions.
Oh, I can.
Let's go. Blue 88 it up. I want to hear them. Ask me I often answer them on Fridays. I want some Blue 88 questions today. Let's go a little role reversal.
Okay, but did I send them late last night or not? Yes, I did.
Absolutely not.
Okay, well, I'm going to send them right now to prove to you that once again I did them. Football practice. It was a rough practice last night.
It must have been.
Yes, we got kicked off the field last night.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, okay. Why would a Denver-Seattle Super Bowl really have been such a better clash in styles than the Seattle Patriots Super Bowl.
Is that with Knicks or without?
That is even without Knicks. It has a lot more to do with Sean Payton, Mike McDonald.
That would have been better than Josh McDaniel and Mike McDonald?
Yeah, and Mike Vrabel and Mike McDonald. Yep.
I don't know, because I don't think I agree.
Because Sean Payton is of the old guard. Sean Payton is in Seth Wickersham, in his piece on Sean, the lengths that he goes to, and I had a good cut from Seth Wickersham on that. And,
Here, I can play it because I thought this was insane.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's too much.
Yeah.
We were in his office. He goes, this is going to be an oxygen tank game. And then he was like, I want it to be known as the oxygen tank game. And so he has his assistant order 100 little oxygen tanks to give to the players with special labels, divisional playoffs against the Buffalo Bills 2026. And then, as if that's not enough, he decides to go a little bit further, and he pulls a clip from the movie Everest, where the climber is dying at the end and calls his wife to say his final goodbye. And he asked the video people to splice in little headshots of Broncos, Levi Stadium in the background, Josh Allen's number 17 on the guy's jacket, and then use a clip from Josh Allen's actress wife from one of her movies when she's on the phone, all to show to the team. And so that was like the staggering kind of creativity that went into just one meeting.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Vrabel is a lot more in the Mike McDonald process. He's a very, very process-driven. Comes out of the Belichick tree, Salk, but I think is very new age in a lot of his principles. Sean Payton is old school and doing that, and literally asked his assistant to find $500,000 cash and stacked $500,000 cash on the table in the team room. Just kind of some of the...
It feels college, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Brock, I'm shocked that you don't like that. It sounds right up your alley. That's the kind of stuff you ask Moore to do like every day.
That's not funny.
Yes, it is.
And Ian, don't you dare laugh.
That's absolutely funny. That's
There's
like
some outside the
exactly what
box.
you ask for, like every day. Hey, what if we do this, and then we take this person and we splice in their name, and then we...
Yeah.
That's like your thing.
That's sports radio.
Well, it's your thing.
That's sports radio.
And Sean Payton would say that's just coaching. That's just coaching, brother.
Yeah, that's making things a whole lot bigger, not about the process. And old school, new school. And by the way, I think it would have been a better game because I think Denver's defense is more well-rounded. Their offense would have struggled against Seattle likewise without Bo Nix. But
who would have played quarterback for them at that point?
Jared Stidham.
Stiddy.
Yeah, okay.
Stiddy.
Question number 2.
Stiddy. Okay, question number 2. Are we just too close to it, Saul? Are we just too close to this Seahawks team? Detroit ended up having 9 top 10 players. The Eagles ended up having 8 top 10 players. That's double the Seattle Seahawks 4. And even in division, the 49ers and Rams had more top 10 players than Seattle did. Should we be alarmed?
No, and it's not that we're too close to it either. I honestly didn't. There weren't too many guys that didn't finish in the top 10 that really upset me. There had a lot of guys that were in that 11 to 20 range. They had a lot of honorable mentions. They had a lot of
Did you see
also
Jeremy Fowler's
votes.
Response to Brady Henderson about this?
Yeah, the Seahawks are great because they have a deep team with a lot of guys on there.
Yeah, he said you got to add in the 5 others that were honorable mention right outside of it.
That's what I just said.
Be 9. They would have 9 guys.
Right. And I think it's actually 10. I think he actually
shorted them one.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's 8 if you include honorable mentions, but then I think 10 or 12 if you get through the guys who receive votes. The Seahawks have a lot of good players, and they are able to get more out of those players because of their brilliant coach, and their baseline is just a lot higher. Right? Guys like Jaron Reed, who's he's not going to be anywhere near a top 10 list, but Jaron Reed is going to come in and give you solid minutes, significantly better minutes than what another team might have, or what another team might ask of their better player who then has to play more snaps because they don't have as much depth at a key position like that. So yeah, I don't think we're too close to it. I just think the Seahawks are built a little bit differently. They're not top heavy.
No, and their floor is very, very high. I was chatting with a recently retired NFL quarterback, and he really framed a lot of quarterback play. He was chatting with Titus about this, about raising your floor, raise your floor, raise your floor. Make your worst play, right? Because you're going to have good plays, you're going to have bad plays, but make your bad play, make your floor like on the 5th floor and not the basement for a pick 6, right? Just keep raising that floor in your game, and I think from a roster standpoint, That's exactly what the 70 strong is. They've just raised the floor. Still have some penthouse guys. Still got Leonard and still got JSN. Still got the penthouse. So it's not all about the middle rooms and the middle floors. But they have certainly raised it with their roster. Okay, question 3. So I texted DJ last night. He's at his daughter's baby shower. Didn't bring his laptop. What a good husband and what a good grandpa. So he didn't have his laptop to dig into all the grades of this. But my question along the lines with the rookies getting going today, Salk, why and how is this rookie class practicing today for the Seahawks so very different than their predecessors of just a season ago?
It's a lot smaller. There just aren't as many guys, especially near the top of that draft, right? You're looking at it, just 3 guys in your top first 4 rounds. And yeah, I talked about that at 6 o'clock. Like, you start not that I'm not gonna pass over rounds 5 through 7 or the undrafted free agents. Mike McDonald would be mad if we did that. But from a fan perspective, guys that you're reasonably expecting to step in right away and contribute, it's the first 4 rounds. And that right now is just 3 guys, Jadarian Price, Bud Clark, and Julian Neal. Excited for all 3. And honestly, I think Bud Clark has an opportunity to make an impact pretty quickly. Said earlier, like, he's in a great spot where the guy ahead of him, Ty Okada, is perfectly capable of playing that role, but also not so good that you can't put Bud Clark in over him once he's ready. Like, I think Bud could really do some damage in his first year, which would be awesome. But it just feels a little small.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Small on the top end, kind of penthouse talent. And I did ask DJ, just based on grades, totally on grades, where would they have been in the draft with Nicky Manwari and Gray Zabel and those guys? And we did ask him that about Jadarian after the draft. And if you remember his answer, it was Charbonnet, like mid-40s, not the 32nd pick. And with Bud Clark, he'd have been a 3rd-round pick. No question about it the year before. And Neal probably a 4th-round pick. So they're all picked because of the paucity of talent in April's draft. They were all picked around higher even than they would have been the year before. So low in numbers, maybe some of the intangibles and not checking every single box, but there will be, to your point, opportunity, I think, massive opportunity for the first rounder and certainly for the 2nd and 3rd.
Oh, there you go. There's another Blue 88. Never done it that way. Just always looking for ways to innovate here on the Brock and Salk Show. And that's just a little innovation. You know, every once in a while we try to switch things up, Brock, and we innovated there.
Disappointing. Disappointing I didn't send that. That was ridiculous again.
Oh, look at you. You are kind of upset. Are you going to go into a shell at quarterback after a couple picks?
I am not. But you know what I'm going to do today, too?
You got to bounce back.
Right after the show today. Not only am I cooking for the boys tonight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing today? I'm fixing Titus's tail light. He backed into a gate a couple months ago. Sure. Finally got, through Toyota, finally got the part. And I'm going to fix it myself. I'm doing it.
Why?
Why not?
Why?
Because I want to take on that challenge.
Why?
So I want to continue to evolve. I want to show Titus you don't have to just pay for other people to do it.
Why not?
And then when I watch the YouTube video of it, is
Titus
very
about to be
simple.
A millionaire at 19.
Stop it.
Like,
it's
why?
Very simple.
Why in the world would he need to fix his own taillight?
Stop it.
Crazy talk. We'll come right back with For You in Review. We'll look back at our week. Why? Because Stacy's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Brock basically invited her on the show for today.
No, you invited her.
I did, but it was only because you had reached out. I felt like I had to get... You guys never get to talk to each other, and I feel like we have to do that at 9. So we'll take a look back at our week next.
The Mariners are back from the All-Star break.
Every game from here on out should have a little bit more urgency.
Especially in the American League. One good stretch, and you're back in this thing.
Tonight, it's the Mariners and Giants at T-Mobile Park as the sprint to defend the AL West pennant begins.
I look at the roster and I say, this is enough if these guys go out there and play the way they're supposed to.
7:10 first pitch, pregame at 6 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Just to make everyday purchases. Dave Wyman here, and when I heard about the offer from Harborstone Credit Union, I said, sign me up. And that's what I did at harborstone.com/cash. You know, I'm not a tech-savvy guy, but opening a checking account was easy enough for me to figure out. I got my PNW Cashback checking account for free, no fees or minimums, and when I make everyday purchases with my Harborstone PNW Cashback debit card, I earn up to $30 each month. My wife loves it when I get cash back on gas, groceries, coffee, travel, and lunch. All categories count towards your cash back. You can even tap to pay. If you live, work, or worship in the state of Washington, sign up for a membership with Harborstone Credit Union and get the PNW Cashback free checking account. Open your free account online like I did at harborstone.com/cash or visit one of their 29 branches across the Northwest.
Insured by NCUA. Terms and conditions apply.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category's on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
If the customer wants to be met in Seattle, then let's get that car from Kirkland to Seattle so that customer can come in there and transact.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Hewitt is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Hewitt and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, Every week we like to, we have a lot of good interviews, as we always have. It's part of the show. It's kind of what we do. It's mostly what Brock does, booking great guests. And by the end of the week, they've all been up on YouTube for a while, and we like to show you what those great guests sound like. Does that make any sense? Probably not. Show sounds a little bit more like visual. This sounds a little more like audio. In any event, we go back, we call For You in Review.
I mean, if you don't watch on YouTube, you can't see Brock's set fall
That's
on
true.
him.
Yeah. Every once in a while, he just gets attacked by the lighting in his own office there. All right. For You in Review every week.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Klatt. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
We'll be starting those Mike McDonald interviews pretty soon. It's crazy. Getting real close to football season here.
Joel Klatt.
Yeah. Kind of looking forward to all that. We started Monday after the Seahawks sale news came out over the weekend with Seth Wickersham.
Not much. I mean, just obviously they came on board with the 49ers a year ago. Obviously, Neil had worked with the 49ers, I think, way back when. But, you know, he's a shrewd and smart and I think a major competitor. And he's someone who doesn't, like, I wouldn't say he's like, as far as people who know him, they wouldn't describe him as cutthroat, but he's someone who just, he never loses. And, you know, I think that's a positive sign, you know, I think for an owner coming in, but we'll see how it plays out. I mean, you know, nobody truly knows.
And I think even amongst the family, right? We know the family name. We know that that the wife is going to be heavily involved and front facing, but how quickly is the youngster? How quickly is Neil, the 30-something, right? How quickly does he get involved, and what does that look like? And will he be, in many regards, the youngest owner in the league? Is a 30-something? As I'm just rattling all the other owners?
That's a good question. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I mean, and probably to answer that, you'd have to know how big a role he's actually playing. That's a fair question, though. I mean, like, you know, Jonathan Kraft, I know, came up through it. I'm sure the Rooneys came up through it.
I know the Jaguar
came
owner, his son is pretty heavily involved, and Woody's son, Chris, heavily involved, but mid-30s?
Yeah, he's pretty young. There's no doubt. He's pretty young. I wonder if he knows more about the world than, like, Lyle. I'm going to guess he does. I'm guessing he's got a little bit better sense of the world than Lyle does. Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, joined us the next day, Tuesday. And we did talk more about the Coastals with him, but also Darnold. How do you feel about him being ranked number 11 by the executives, coaches, and scouts in the league?
Anywhere, honestly, between 8 and 14 feels like a reasonable place to have Sam Darnold. And the other thing I'll say with the rankings, they just where you rank 1 to N does not matter. What matters is are you above or below the line that a team can win a Super Bowl with you? I got news for you. Sam Darnold's above the line. So like, he could be ranked 24th. And if there was 23 other quarterbacks that could win a Super Bowl, whatever, fine. I think Sam Darnold, people forget how young he is and how much he is going to benefit from being in the same place for the first time, really, since he's really remade his career.
That is a weird thing. It's like he's been a one-hit wonder everywhere he's gone. This is really the first time he's had a second year since he was with the Jets.
No, with the Panthers, I think he had a couple years.
I know, but he wasn't like the starter playing a full year. Like, this is his first time after being a starter. Like, okay, let's do it again.
Yep, incubated in San Fran, born again in Minnesota, and obviously the confetti test, he passed it last year. Kind of like how Nemhauser did that right there. He didn't want to use the Daniel Jeremiah or Joel Klatt confetti test. He wanted to make it his own. I give him some props right there, big time. Unlike me with my wow and meh. Wow, man, he made up his own.
I'm biting my tongue. I had a couple of jokes in there about incubation and born again and all that, and I'm just, you know what, bro, you're just gonna eat it. Every once in a while, you just gotta eat it. You just gotta know when to hold them, when to fold them. And this is one where we're just gonna fold. Jeff Passan on Wednesday this week. There's a lot with Jeff about what they can do in the second half, but one of the questions that we were talking about that day was Randy. And kind of what you do with Randy Arozarena here for the rest of this season.
Randy Arozarena is a very complicated person. Randy Arozarena, you know, when you see him running, and I use that term in air quotes, and then pulling up feet in front of a ball that he absolutely should have caught in left field, that I think that has an enormous effect on everybody else, not just on the pitcher who's like, dude, I worked hard for that out. Could you at least not have worked a little bit harder to try and make it a reality? And everyone else in the field, like, man, why are we still here with one fewer out on the board than there should be? It's psychologically, it's a real problem. But because he has been so effective this year, it's almost like, well, that's our Randy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always said this, and I believe it even more now doing what I'm doing outside of this show. Like, when your best players are the hardest workers and empty the tank more than anybody else, right? Your team has that much more of a chance to succeed. When JSN is your most talented player, and yet he practices and he works like he's the fifth receiver, Salk, it elevates everybody else. When Leonard Williams, who's the number 1 D tackle in the league, does not look for ways out, does not look for days off, but actually sharpens the edges of everybody on that D-line and O-line, your team benefits from that. Randy was your best and most productive player in the first half. He also is one of the least focused players in the field on your team. Mm-hmm. Oh, that ball's going foul. I won't really, oh, shoot, it didn't go foul. And now I got to run over to it. Oh, and yep, that run's going to score from first. Yep, I'm going to empty the tank and focus on every single pitch of every single inning. Nope, that's just not going to happen. That's just not the wiring and the makeup. But he's been your best player offensively. And when that happens, I think you do see further, as Jeff said it, kind of complicating factors.
I don't think they're going to trade Randy or Rosarena. Let's just start there. So if that's the case,
a zero chance.
Makes pretty
close.
Close.
To zero.
Close to zero. Close. I mean, nothing's zero. I mean, who knows? But
not a John Clayton, the Broncos 0% chance.
I'm not going to say zero, but I would be beyond surprised. I would be beyond shocked if they traded Randy at the deadline this year. But I do think they're going to have to figure out a way to get him as close to invested and as involved as he can be.
Well, let's hope that that means that the fellow that's Brendan Donovan in his sports hernia and his recovery, he can play more outfield. Mm-hmm. And Randy can just be a DH, which is, I think, what he's going to be in the years to come, right, after he becomes a free agent and turns down the qualifying offer and everything else. So let's hope there can be a little bit more Donovan out there and make that happen in the outfield.
We also talked to Pat Chun yesterday, UW-AD.
Well, it was the bold decision of the university to go into the Big Ten. That last deal on the table, that I was on the other side of the state, that was from Apple essentially for the last days of the Pac-12. I could argue there would be 10 schools bankrupt right now because the environment was always going to continue to change what it is. So there's light at the end of our tunnel. I mean, in 2030, we get to a full share. We've had to, I think there's even more pride when our women win that type of award because we've had to do budget cuts, multiple budget cuts, even since I've been here for 2.5 years.
So essentially what I hear there, if I get it right, is, look, we knew we were going to have to run a deficit for a few years while we sucked it up as taking a half share. But once the full share comes, we'll be just fine.
1,000%. And if we'd taken the Apple deal for 10 years, we'd all be broke.
Would be even lower.
Go look at Colorado in the Big 12. Colorado had a $40 million deficit. Oof. False economy. It doesn't work.
All right. Well, that's a debate for another day. Anyway, if you missed any of those interviews and more, you can always find it on the Brock and Salk YouTube page, through the Seattle Sports YouTube page, and go find all the interviews. They're all there, plus a whole lot more. Bump and Stacy, Wyman and Bob, the whole deal. Go check it all out at our YouTube page. Shannon Drayer going to join us in 20, Brock. That's after everything you need to know, which is next.
The Mariners are back from the All-Star break.
Every game from here on out should have a little bit more urgency.
Especially in the American League. One good stretch, and you're back in this thing.
Tonight, it's the Mariners and Giants at T-Mobile Park as the sprint to defend the AL West pennant begins.
I look at the roster and I say, this is enough if these guys go out there and play the way they're supposed to.
7:10 first pitch, pregame at 6 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the socks up all those people in all those boxes.
today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and summer's here at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can check out upcoming shows like the Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO on August 1st, or relive the 80s with pop sensation Taylor Dane on September 6th. You can find tickets at snocasino.com and the full lineup, plus experience luxury with breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and play your favorite games. Elevate your next getaway. That's Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Do you have a wood deck that could use a little TLC this season? Start by giving it a good cleaning to remove dirt, pollen, or any mold or mildew. Then, if you're left with gray wood and decide you want to restain, use a wood brightener product first. Finally, when you're ready to bring life and color back into your deck, choose Penifin Ultra Premium Red Label Wood Stain. Its highly penetrating Brazilian rosewood oil formula provides superior protection for your wood deck. Penifin Red Label Wood Stain, on sale now at Dunn Lumber.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Just 8 days
until training camp for the Super Bowl champs. And nobody has it covered like the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed. Some things should be history, but until then you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, look, the Mariners are finally back in action tonight, Brock. It's in some ways kind of felt forever, and in some ways it's like, okay, needed a little break. But I am certainly ready to watch baseball again. Bryce Miller gets the first shot at it. He'll toe the rubber against the Giants tonight. Then Brian Wu tomorrow, Logan Gilbert on Sunday. And it's going to be a six-man rotation. So you'll see Luis Castillo and George Kirby before eventually Emerson Hancock, who I think has the sixth start here. So, yeah, that's the plan. Look, they're going to have to play better baseball. Julio should return tonight. That should help. Cal had a couple days off to kind of sit and think and try to get himself right. That should help. Brendan Donovan should be back eventually, hopefully in another week or two. That should help. But they also control their own. Like, they've got to just play better, cleaner baseball. John Morosi earlier this week said very much that.
Inconsistent, injured, unfulfilled first half. They should be better. And if I'm going to be honest, I believe in their chance to turn it around. There's still a future for this team, and I think it's a positive one. But, man, they have taken their sweet time in getting into the good run of form that we can actually dream on for the Seattle Mariners in the second half.
Yeah, and then I think the nitty-gritty, and we'll chat with Shannon about this in 10 minutes. No news yet. It'll be coming out later today. Is, there's going to have to be some moves made with Julio coming off the IL. Obviously, Colt did not play 2 of the final 3 games down in Tampa at shortstop. I think trying to give him a breather after being a bit overwhelmed for the last couple weeks at the plate. So what does that all look like as well? And you're coming home where you played well. You haven't played well on the road. You played well at home this year. The weather's going to be spectacular. Time to kick off the second half of the season and kick it off well.
They also released their schedule for next year. They're going to open up with the Red Sox at home once. That's 5 straight times they've opened up at home. It's really kind of odd given the weather here in March, but okay, they're going to open up at home once again with the Red Sox. Did you look through the schedule much?
Looked pretty tough the first month.
Yeah. I mean, who knows what teams are going to be next year, but I found myself looking through it. I saw somebody, I forget who it was. It must showed up somewhere on my feed of like, oh, thank God the Mariners are finally doing something about the Blue Jays coming in the summer.
Oh,
they're
they play them. Yeah,
they're playing them like, yeah, the Mariners don't make the schedule. If the Mariners made the schedule, they wouldn't be taking 3 straight trips to the East Coast last month. Like, that's an MLB thing. That's not a Mariner thing.
Under the
Thanks
chance,
for playing, though.
Over under the chance they actually open the season March 24th.
Under. Yeah, I'm going to take the under. We're going to take the under.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks back to work today as well. At least the rookies are. They are in town, Brock. Reported yesterday. Practice today. What does that look like, rookie practice?
Yeah, just like the rookie minicamp. Very, very similar to that. And the big key coming out of this will be to make sure that everybody did the right thing over the last 5-6 weeks. That nobody comes in and all of a sudden like, oh, we got a hammy. Oh, we got a quad. Oh, we got an Achilles. Oh, we got
soft tissue injuries.
Soft tissue injuries or traumatic injuries or just anything, in the physical that they go through. That hopefully all those guys are cleared and hit the ground absolutely running. They were a little careful with Bud Clark this offseason with that little hamstring that he had. And so it'd be really nice to see these guys get up and get going. But, yeah, very similar to rookie minicamp. Have a couple days out on the field, kind of reintroduce everything that they put in through the offseason. Smart. Every team does it. Give these guys a chance to play a little catch-up before the vets come in next week.
Seahawks are going to be, we think, good. I mean, everyone but Bucky Brooks kind of seems to think that. Rich Eisen had an interesting caller yesterday who suggested what? Seahawks could go undefeated, right? And then he was like, what would it be like if the Seahawks and Rams were both 15-0 when they met for the first time for 2 out of 3 at the end of the year? Here's how he breaks down the Seahawks prediction. He's got them going 13-4.
From week 4, you're playing the Chargers, and Jim is coming to hit you in the mouth, right? They're a physical team. Then you've got the Niners. Then you got a short week in Denver. that's just a talk. I don't care if you're championship pedigree.
KC, Chicago, that little 5-week stretch there is very difficult.
It is. Rough. I had them also losing at home to Chicago. I might be wrong about that one, to be honest. But I also had them losing in San Francisco. And then I had them losing their last game here in Los Angeles. That's it. I have them winning 13 games. That's the difference between what I just said, what Gabriel just said, and what I did, which is had them lose 4. 13-4 is a hell of a record.
2-4.
And they'd be 4-2 in division, and it's a jump ball.
13-4 with this year's schedule would be really impressive.
Yes, it would.
It's a really tough schedule.
I don't know if I can get there.
It's hard. Probably more in the 12.
Last year I got scoffed at. Last year G scoffed at me. Tried to belittle me when
12,
I said this.
12 feels about right, doesn't it?
11-12.
Yeah, just again, just hard schedule.
I think Vegas 10
or maybe 7. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they go 7-10. I don't know. I feel like I've read that somewhere.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We got a big World Cup final, Brock. It's going to be huge on Sunday. Argentina is going to play Spain. If they go down, they're in trouble. That's what Landon Donovan says.
If Spain get up a goal, they will not do what England did. England decided to just try to defend, like play the prevent defense for, a quarter and a half when they're up 3-0 in an NFL game, if that's the context, right? So Spain will not do that. If Spain go up a goal, they'll just keep doing what they do. And if Argentina get too risky and try to press too high, they'll go score the second goal. And if they go try to be risky again, they'll go score the third goal. And so if Argentina get down in this game, it's going to be a massive mountain to climb.
Okay.
Just want to make sure I got my numbers right here, Salky.
Okay.
How many goals has Spain given up this entire World Cup? How many goals has Spain played?
How many games have they played?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 games? I'm going to say they've given up 0 goals.
No, 9 games. They gave up 1 to Iraq, 1 to Peru.
To the Iraq?
To the Iraqis. 1 to Peru, 0 to
and the Iraq.
Oh, excuse me. They haven't played that many games. Starting the World Cup,
Brock,
Group H.
How many games? How many goals?
They gave up 0 goals in pool play, Salk. They have given up 1 goal.
Okay.
They've given up 1
Was it scored by, what's his name? Mbappe?
Mbappe? No, they shut out France 2-0.
I said, did he score it against them?
No, he did not. Belgium got 1 goal. That was it.
Belgium did?
Belgium got 1.
Big day for them. For the
They've given up 1 goal in 6 World Cup games.
Yeah. Tough D.
Wow.
It's pretty good defense. Okay, that's everything you need to know.
So you don't think she'll like Pinky, huh?
I don't think so.
Won't be like a badge of honor?
No, I don't think so. But you try it.
I am going to definitely
see where it goes.
You usually find a way to make things awkward with
Yeah.
Shannon, Brock.
With Shannon especially.
Yeah.
That's weird. It's not quite oil and water. I mean, we get along. We're dogs after all.
Right.
But yeah, there can be it could be like Randy Rosarena. It could be a little complicated.
Yeah, it can be complicated. All right. Well, hopefully you don't make Shannon hang up on us or something. I think we'll be okay.
We're not doing this on video, are we?
No. So just be careful on the whole Pinky. Just watch. Just tread lightly.
Maybe later. Maybe later in the interview.
Just tread lightly.
Do you want it later in the interview?
I'm
or
just
right
saying
from the
tread
top?
lightly. You know what? I'm not going to get involved. I'm just going to give you the advice of tread lightly.
Switzerland.
The great Shannon Drayer next on Brock and Salk.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Now we're less than 2 weeks away. 8 days until Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts next Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports 50th Annual Divers Fair starts next Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add Wireless Connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. For 24 years, my team and I at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar have called Bellevue home. We serve fresh, locally sourced seafood, farm fresh produce and poultry, and great steaks. At Sea Star, we like to say there's something for everyone, from the carnivore to the pescatarian to the vegetarian. Come see for yourself at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue. SeaStarRestaurant.com, SeaStarRestaurant.com.
Dave Wyman here, and the folks at Bellevue Rare Coins say higher prices have enticed more Americans to cash out their jewelry, gold, and silver items. Here's a story from a real customer. She walked into Bellevue Rare Coins with an old bag of jewelry, a little bit nervous, a little bit embarrassed because it was mostly old tangled chains and pieces she hadn't looked at in years. When they gave her the total, she couldn't believe what it was worth. Go see what your jewelry is worth with a free consultation. Bellevue Rare Coins is now in Linwood, Issaquah, Tacoma, and Bellevue.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250. Say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mariners underway tonight as the Giants are in town, then the Reds. Nice soft way to start the second half of the season, which is, well, helpful after the rough road trip. Shannon Drayer was on that trip. She had a couple days of, I'm sure, unbelievable rest and relaxation, and now back to work tonight. Hi, Shannon. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Hey, Shanny, have you listened to a second of the show today?
No.
Oh, good. Okay, great. That's good to know. I got a question right out the gate, and if you're offended, then you can slap me the next time you see me. What do you think about the nickname Pinky? What if we go Pinky? All you've endured, the battle you've overcome, the war you've raged, the surgery you've had. What if you've earned the nickname Pinky? What do you think?
You want to go with injuries, Brock?
Yes. Yeah, you can call.
Oh, what a response!
You can call me kidney. You can call me kidney. You can call me brain.
Concussed, maybe.
Wow. I didn't expect that, Brock.
That's good, Shanny.
I
That's
warned
good.
Brock against the pinky conversation, but I was not expecting that ferocity of response.
That was
That's
great.
brilliant.
Don't mess
That's
with Shannon. When are you
that's
going to
so
learn?
Good, Shanny. How is your pinky doing, in all seriousness? You all right?
Yeah, I'll live. I will live.
How's the team going to be tonight, Shannon, when they get back together?
Is the team going to be better than your pinky?
You know, the thing that is a little bit unfortunate is that they will have the break, which is great, and you're just so hoping, 2/3 of the way of the season in, that you're going to have the full team there, and you're not quite going to. We know that Brendan Donovan is not going to be there quite yet. We don't know about Julio yet. We're hopeful that he will, but we don't know for sure. So, I think that the break will do everybody some good. I know that there was, kind of big release after the win at the end of what was just a really, unfortunate road trip. So that was good. So hopefully that does them some good. Hopefully there is a reset of sorts. But they have a lot that they have to put behind them from that first half. Mm-hmm. And they also have a lot that is in front of them that could be very, very good. So I hope that they come out of it at a good place. I hope they do put what was behind them, or what should be behind them. And, I hope there's some good, strong messaging. And look, this is where we're at. This is what we need to do. We're in great shape right now, but let's not assume anything.
All right, so I'll ask you in a minute what's ahead of them, but let's start with, okay, what is it that they need to put behind them?
They need to put in, this just, it's the biggest thing to me, and it goes back to when I was on with you, a week ago. It's just, you've got to play your best baseball when you're out there. It's this team at times on the field has looked disjointed. I don't know why, but they have. This team at times has looked like, you get out on the field with a Miami, with a Tampa. It's not hard to tell the team that is just a little bit more on it at the time. And, yeah, they've gone through a lot of things, but it's like you just want that consistent play day in and day out. It's something that Cal Raleigh talked about, a few weeks ago. We got to play 9 innings of baseball here. And it's something that, if he sees it, they see it too. And they know it. And they know. They have a belief that they are good enough. And I don't disagree with that on paper, but they've got to get out there and they've got to put it together day in and day out, regardless of who they have out on the field. Because, where they are right now as far as the injuries go is about as good as it's been all year. Your starting pitching is, just they stumbled a little bit on the road trip, but are separated from what has been their absolute best selves. The bullpen, for the injuries that they have, I'm not sure they're getting enough credit. They have really hung in there. They desperately need another arm now. But I think for them, it's all there. They need to go out there and be that team right now.
Shannon, were they on the field at all yesterday? Did they get back yesterday and get work in, or is it just all back to work tonight?
I think it's today. I didn't hear anything about a practice or a workout, mandatory or otherwise, yesterday.
Do we expect to see Justin Hollander's index card today in the dugout as he runs through the litany of injuries and where everybody is as they're set to return?
We haven't been told, but it's typically the first day of a homestand, so I'm assuming that we will. And, of course, with the first half and all sorts of questions about, Donovan did get out on the rehab assignment and did play in one game, did not play the next day, which is actually kind of typical for how they handle a lot of rehabs. So we want to hear a little bit more about that. And then, of course, the lineup to see if Julio's in there. But, yeah, we should have one. A lot of questions on the relievers as well.
Yeah, Matt Brash, right? A couple weeks away. The thought was maybe around the trade deadline, which is now just a couple weeks away as well. Just from your experience, Shannon, around these guys, and I know there's a couple new faces that weren't here last year during this All-Star break, but what do guys typically do? What do you think Cal or Josh or the guys, how do they typically utilize their All-Star break week?
I think a lot of them, if they've got the families, they just get away. There was a lot of going to the beach that I heard about when we were leaving Tampa, that they were just, it's a time that they let go of things. Pitchers still pitch through it, starters in particular. They schedule days that they're going to go throw, or they might even throw like a light bullpen to somebody at home. But for the most part, it is, put it away as much as you can, but do something to keep active. I mean, Cal Raleigh is somebody who does something every day, and he recommends that people do that as well. So you're used to that. But, on the mental side of it, I think they let go, and I think they pretty much devote that time as much as they possibly can to their family. And, again, it usually involves a lot of sun, some sand, and some water sometimes. We did finish up on the East Coast, and it was one of the emptiest flights coming home I've ever seen. But that makes sense, as a lot of guys are from out east or from, the Dominican, places like that, and they could easily get there. So I think that there is going to be some travel that was involved yesterday for a lot of them.
You mentioned that we talked a week ago, Shannon, and I think we talked a little about Colt Emerson and kind of where he was at then. After that, he sat 2 of the 3 days in Tampa. What did you make of that?
I made of that they were being more careful with him, and I think that they were more protecting him from a lefty at that point than anything else. It was a little curious because it wasn't a situation where you needed to stack days at that point. So I think it was a little bit protecting him from the lefty and also protecting themselves from the lefty and trying to get another right-handed bat in there. So I think that is what we could see going forward, where that they aren't playing him every day, as they just kind of attempt to get him back on track. And just, if you can protect him a little bit more, they do that. He's, to me, when I've seen him, when I've talked to him, going through all this, his head seems to be in a good place with it. It's always the alarming thing when you start to see them, when they start to wear it a little bit. Haven't seen that from him. So I think that's a good sign with him.
Do you think here in the final 60-some games we'll feel it a little bit maybe like Cole Young last year, right, where with Cole they let him sit and watch for some stretches and didn't have to play every single day and didn't run him out when maybe he was overwhelmed a little bit at the plate? How do you anticipate seeing Colt's usage over the final 67?
Yeah, that's interesting because Cole had been up a lot longer at that point, and you're also, I guess you're just as focused on the postseason. You have to figure out what you're going to do there. I think what you see with him is going to be what's best for him. And at some point, if it is, you have to make a move, you have to make a move. You have Brendan Donovan coming back, and I'm sure they're looking at all the iterations of what that could look like. I don't know if a trade deadline move could impact anything right now, but I do think that they've given him that runway, not full runway, but they've given, okay, you're going to play every day and we're going to see where you're at right now. And I think that now a little bit of, not so much because he's worn out. I don't think he's worn out. I think it is more just giving him a little bit of the mental break, a little bit of the opportunity to watch the game as well. And I think it would be mostly against lefties if we did see that.
We talked a lot about focus in the first half, right? And some of the team's occasional lack of focus, and it certainly showed up on that road trip. If you were, and I think we talked to Jeff Passan about this earlier this week, if you were Dan Wilson and the coaching staff, what sort of plan are you putting together for the second half after this break to make sure the team is more consistently focused on a day-to-day, inning-to-inning basis?
Wow. That is on them. I mean, I can't go be Coach Shannon and coach everybody up into being there. I think that you have a staff that is very involved with the team, that there is a ton of work that goes on before games, that you do see conversations in the clubhouse before games and going on, and you do see, Dan popping in different offices and different corners and talking to different people. I think that not everybody, but I think there is a segment of people that really believe in the old school baseball, and they want to see if somebody has a lapse of concentration in the field, they get benched. And you just don't see that in this game anymore, to the point where if somebody gets benched in that manner, it's national baseball news. It's not, it doesn't work that way. And I think that they go about what they have tried to do as far as their culture goes and then how they're going to handle that. I think that they do a lot with the veterans in the club, and maybe there are more conversations. Maybe that group is pulled in a little bit more in with the manager and talking about those things. And, hey, I really need you to do this, and I need you to talk to this person and really impress this. This is what we're going for here. What can you do type thing? I think maybe you see a little bit more of that. I think a lot of it has to be player-driven, but a lot of it can be in the messaging as well. And I think that Dan has had, a couple of things that have really, when he first took over last year, the messaging that he gave really, left an impression on the team that I think probably helped get them to where they got to. Is there a message that he can give coming out of the break to them? I think the more involvement that there is with it, the better. It's not that you're just pointing to this guy, this guy, this guy. It's we're a team. We all know what we want to be. We all know what we are on paper. We all know what we can do. How do we all hold each other accountable for it? And, it starts with the manager, goes down to the staff, goes down to the team leaders, and I think they all need to be involved in that. And I think that you probably have those kind of messages and perhaps even some meetings early today before we get there.
A year ago, Shannon, leading into the All-Star break, there was a big series in Detroit, and there were big series that came out of the All-Star break, and the team very clearly showed the front office that we need to add. Right? I think that was so much of the conversation just 12 months ago. Do you think these next 2 weeks before the trade deadline, this team can say something or not say something to management when it comes to a move?
Nah, I think they're there already. I think with the way that the American League is and it's wide open and where they're at and what their goals were and what they need to do, I think that, it's pedal to metal on that. I think you do that. I think that, I don't want to say, what could happen in 2 weeks and then, oh my gosh, that just happened. So just go knock on wood on that right now. But I think that they are, in a position where, and I think it's going to be tough. I don't think there's going to be a lot that can be added. And I think that what really of significance can be added will mostly be at the deadline. And we haven't seen a ton of movement early, which makes it that much tougher. But, the good news there is there's not that much ground to make up. This is very uncharacteristic of what we've seen before. So to me, I would think that it would be pretty much a full go. You're not waiting for anything. I think everybody believes, everybody over there believes in this team and in this group. I don't think they need to see anything else. I think, it's time for them to play. But I think that they do add to it and they do try and, there are places where you can look at it and say, if we had this in the bullpen, that might have been a couple of wins right there. If we had this on the bench, that could have made a difference there. Those are relatively easier moves than making that big move. And I don't think they need to see anything to make that. If something huge becomes available, I think that they know enough about their system and what they want and where they are, just in terms of as a franchise, that you can look and say, yeah, we're not moving this player, we're not moving that player. Other than that, we're open for business if it's going to get us to where we not just want to be, but at this part of the game where we need to be.
Well, shout out to the 425 who first pointed this out, but I just figured we would end on this note. So, Brock, you wanted to call Shannon what? Pinky. And Shannon, you immediately pointed out that Brock's
Concussed.
most significant injuries occurred
I'm
to
sorry, that was not nice.
But
Let's
hold on.
not go with the
But
most
hold
serious
on.
one.
What were the most significant injuries, the
No,
most
it's fine.
commonly occur?
I spent a night in a hotel
What
or
part of
hospital.
the
No, I had my
body-
brain hemorrhage. It's
I'm-
okay,
yeah,
Shannon.
I
What
know.
part of
I'm
the
a terrible
body?
person.
What part of the body did Brock injure the most? The brain? So you're saying that if the two of you were together, you'd be Pinky and the brain.
What just happened?
I think you
We
know.
unlocked it.
I think you know exactly what just happened.
I'm sensing
Shannon,
a podcast, Shannon.
enjoy
You
the
and me.
weekend.
Podcast.
Enjoy the second half. We'll talk probably next week.
You got it, guys.
There you go. Pinky and the brain. Shannon Drayer and Brock Salk.
She hangs up her phone in her apartment and she just shakes her head. I think that's the most common reaction every time she joins us. It doesn't matter what the situation or what question or where it goes, like those knuckleheads every single time.
I love Shannon's answer. It's not up to Coach Shannon. It's up to them to figure out what to do. Let me give you some thoughts on this, Brock. We've talked a lot about the focus stuff. And with them getting ready to return to action tonight, I do have some thoughts on where they can go in that world. There you go. There's Pinky and the brain. Thank you. Yes. All right, enough. Stacy's going to join us here in 15 minutes, and then we'll do open phone lines. I think they can deal with playing time. I think they can hold playing time accountable. That doesn't mean you're going to pull guys in the middle of a game. Shannon's 100% right. You pull a guy in the middle of the game, it's a national story because it just doesn't happen anymore. It has to be so severe, so significant, such an affront to baseball, and you have to be so 100% sure that you're willing to deal with whatever consequences that might bring, that you just don't do it. That is a nuclear option, and I don't see that happening. But the manager's biggest thing, the biggest lever they can still pull is playing time. It's at bats, it's innings. And if you are seeing issues with concentration, I think it is to the point now, 65 games left to play, where you're well within your rights to withhold playing time. It's the next day. It's not day of. It's not embarrassing a guy. And we know Dan's never going to say anything publicly to embarrass that player. But if you're not going to hold them more accountable in the media, then I think you do need to hold them more accountable through the one lever you've got, which is playing time. And I'm not looking for Dan to turn into a tyrant. That's not who he is.
And that is always a difficult thing, right? Because that's what I come back to. If Tony Dungy started dog cussing,
can't do it.
You just can't go there.
Nope. But I do think that he is within his rights at this point to say, hey, you weren't paying attention, you're going to sit for a day or two. Like, I'm going to take away bats. And that is, there has to be some level of or else. It can't entirely be carrot. There has to be at least a little bit of stick. And you got to warn them and you got to talk to them and you got to tell them, like, look, this is the direction we're going to have to go. Because you cannot continue to make those same kinds of mistakes. I think it is at a point now where you got to have some of that conversation coming out of the break. So that, to me, is one change I would like to see them make. I would also like to see them be a little bit more aggressive. And that is, on the base paths. That's the guys that can do it. They're not as athletic as they've been in the past. But Cole and Colt and Randy and Luke and Julio, like those guys, I'd like to see a little bit more aggressiveness. You've now kind of held on for the first 4 months of the season as you head into the final two. Yeah, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see more aggressiveness. I'd like to see them run more. I think they're to a point where they've got to show some of that urgency. And I think once they do that, I think you stop playing as much of the long game. And I think some of the focus issues will take care of themselves. So those two things, I do think it is time to start at least considering where you're at playing time wise. Like, if you make mistakes, mental mistakes, you might not be in the lineup the next day. You may feel a repercussion of that. And then also giving guys a little bit more of an incentive by having them run around and be a little bit more athletic and aggressive. I think it helps them lock in a little bit more.
Who leads his team in stolen bases right now?
Randy?
19. Who's second on the team in stolen
bases? That's a great question. Naylor, 13.
Randy's at 19. Josh Naylor is at 18.
18, sorry.
That's
remarkable.
Base. We talked about that over-under down
remarkable.
at spring training, 30 stolen bases. Like, that's still a possibility. And then Julio at 12. And those are the only three guys in double digits. Robles at 6.
So I'd like to see a little bit more of that. So look, I'm just trying to come up with ways for this team to improve itself. There's nothing you can do to magically fix Cal, Julio, and Naylor and get them hitting the way you want them to.
Mm-hmm.
But that needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So what can you do? Well, you can change the level of concentration and focus, and I do think it's time to start having some accountability there. Not not embarrassing a guy, not like you're cut. Just like, we can't handle that. You're going to sit for a while. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think the other, situation that will be looming after this homestand, so you're at 97 games, you're going to play 6, you're 103, so now you're under 60 games to go when you go on the road to the Rangers for 4 and the Dodgers, so a very difficult trip with the as is right now, division leaders. With both of those teams, you're also getting to the point where you got to have this conversation that we've had now for 2 months. What are we doing with this rotation?
Mm-hmm.
Understand it coming out. Here's one more set of data, coming out of the break, and you're all going to get a ball. And
so I think I know the answer to that.
I mean, isn't that the ultimate? Because I can imagine a bunch of Mariners fans.
I think that question ends in 2 weeks.
Come on, guys.
I think that question ends in 2 weeks. Here's what my gut tells me. They need Luis Castillo to start until the trade deadline. And if they can trade Luis at the trade deadline, then that ends the conversation. Okay. And if they can't, then someone's going to the bullpen. I don't see any
so
other.
You think there's that very natural marker?
Yes.
In the schedule and in the process.
Yep. I think you're basically going to run through this 2-ish more times through a 6-man, and then at that point you've given everybody as much rest as you can. I think at that point,
and then at what point? And then at what point? Once again, if there's going to be some level of accountability and levers to pull, and people that earn this opportunity, and people that don't earn this opportunity. At what point then, because of innings, do we see the lefty down in Arkansas?
I think that's a great conversation as well. And I think that probably happens around the same time where we start having more of those conversations. But I think we're about 2 weeks away. That's what my gut tells me. Like, if you are going to trade Luis, you heard, I read you some of Jerry's quotes from Jude's Q&A with him, which was really good. But the one I didn't read you, hold on, I'm just pulling out the Ebenezer's here. He was asked about trading a starter. Like we do in every other trade market, we go in open-minded for the various ways that we can help our team improve. In some ways, it would be unusual at this time of the year for a team that views itself as a contender, which we do, to trade from the goodness, quote-unquote, of its major league team. Hold on, wait, I got the wrong thing here. Roster to answer other problems. But I can't say that that's out of the question for us.
Yeah.
It's not out of the question that they would trade a starter, which to me says, we're going to keep these guys.
It has been in previous years. It kind of has been in previous years because you didn't have 8.
But now you got 8. Well, you got 7. And you're going to have to just say, look, we can't. We can't move Luis or anybody to the bullpen until we figure out what it leaves them the most options at the deadline.
Yeah.
It leaves them the most options. So we'll see. You got a little quick sprint here before you get there. Brock, in the meantime.
So, a raccoon is, I know everybody's excited about the Odyssey, but this raccoon made national headlines.
It did. It is an evil-looking creature. Stacy's going to come in and help us with this.
I think she had something to do with it.
You think so? What's next on Brock and Salk?
The Mariners are back from the All-Star break.
Every game from here on out should have a little bit more urgency.
Especially in the American League. One good stretch, and you're back in this thing.
Tonight, it's the Mariners and Giants at T-Mobile Park as the sprint to defend the AL West pennant begins.
I look at the roster and I say, this is enough if these guys go out there and play the way they're supposed to.
7:10 first pitch, pregame at 6 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Imagine Wi-Fi so intelligent it can actually fix itself. That means when there's a problem, it doesn't slow you down. It keeps your streaming smooth, your gaming lag-free, and your work from home right on track. Well, this is Wi-Fi built for the way you live. Powered by a fiber network with 99.999% reliability, delivering incredible speed and strong, consistent coverage in every corner of your home, even those hard-to-reach spots. And it's just not fast. It's secure. Think of it as a security blanket for your entire network, keeping everything connected and working together seamlessly. And here's the best part. You can lock in 5 full years of predictable pricing. No contracts, no surprises, just one simple plan that includes everything: data, equipment, and the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi installation. Comcast. Imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only, but make the call today to 1-800-XFINITY.
Look, I need to be real with you for a second. At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families cannot afford the food their kids need to heal. Think about that. A child recovering from surgery, learning to walk again, and the family is struggling to put food, nutritious food, on the table. That's why Safeway and Seahawk, Jackson Smith and Jigba are launching the Food First Project, a multi-year initiative to fight pediatric food insecurity right here in our community. This is not someday maybe talk. This is grocery cars, produce vouchers, and food as medicine programs going directly to families the moment the need is identified. No barriers, no red tape, just help right now. They're funding vitamin D screenings, nutrition support for student athletes, rehabilitation feeding tools, and meals for hundreds of families staying inpatient at the hospital. I love what Safeway and Seattle Children's are doing, making a real difference where it matters most. JSN showing up. Now it's our turn, 12s. Put food first. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoyed the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Well, since Brock was texting Maura and Stacy and I last night about Jimothy, the Sasquatch-like raccoon that's roaming around Seattle, I thought we needed to have Stacy on, Brock, to at least talk about what the heck is going on here with this thing. You don't care for Jimothy. So if you guys haven't seen this.
No, I don't care for Jimothy.
Jimothy is a deranged and sort of special raccoon, I guess. But it's sort of like, there's like a Sasquatch element.
Why is he deranged just because he looks different?
No, he's not deranged. He's a little stumpy, which is also what my stepdad used to say about me. So we both have like similar kind of looks.
Okay.
He's a little stumpy. He looks like he doesn't have a middle part of his body.
Oh, you know what? Now that you say it, you and Jimothy do look. I see the
Really?
resemblance.
Do
Yeah,
you?
no, I see that.
Well,
yeah.
I hope
I
that
see
the
that
viral
resemblance
fame that
between
follows
you and
Jimothy. Look, not everyone can be blessed with like half a human-sized body.
Right. Agreed. I'm in that same boat, Stacy.
Yeah, Ian and I
Is
just
that why
get
you
it.
picked the Great Dane that has like 3 times
He's
the
a
species body of North
he's a
America?
greyhound. And you know what makes me mad about having a greyhound, by the way, Brock? You would actually love Lukey because he's got a lot of, what do you call them, striations?
Yes,
He's
muscle
got a
striations.
Yeah, he's
Very
an
buff.
athlete. People compliment him all the time, and I'll be like walking him, and I'll get like 4 compliments from strangers. Oh, your dog is so beautiful, and I'm like, okay, I'm here.
Just out of curiosity, how would you feel if you were walking and you got 4 people that said, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful"?
What do you mean? How would I feel? It would be amazing. Like, how would you feel if someone said you look beautiful? I don't know, Mike. I'm obsessed with being the center of attention. How would I feel? I don't know. I've been taking over your entire segment. It's not even my show. Wow, I feel bad.
That's why you have a problem with Jimothy, because you were a
Yes.
star with a raccoon, huh?
Exactly. And I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Brock, because before Jimothy was here stealing the show, and you know what? I'll hand it to Jimothy, okay? He is adorable. He's weird looking and stumpy, and he's in the spotlight, and that's great. It's his 15 minutes, I guess. But Little Rick, my stepdad's raccoon.
Sure.
Right.
He was the star.
The original viral raccoon from Seattle.
We were in TMZ.
Yeah.
By we, I mean him, but me.
I mean, you were the one who brought it to light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By warning
Where
them
is
to stop.
Ricky? Where is Ricky?
So Little Rick, I don't think is with us anymore. Raccoons don't live very long. This was like 3 years ago.
How long do raccoons live?
Well, he was little at the time, but I think when they mature, especially males, I think they like go off. So we haven't seen him for like probably most of a year now.
Family devastated, or?
Well,
I guess now they've stolen a cat.
Now they've stolen a cat.
They stole a cat to make
So they
room.
found Brock. I didn't tell you this. My stepdad stole someone's cat. It was just walking around. But look at it. They took it to a vet to check the microchip, and the owner said that they lost the cat 4 years ago.
Oh, whoa.
Yes. So they haven't had this cat for 4 years.
Are they giving him back?
No. They said, you know what? Just keep her.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, dogs, you wouldn't do that with a dog.
No.
You lose a dog 4 years ago and somebody finds you, you're like, yeah, give me my damn dog
Also,
back. I'll
imagine-
take him immediately.
Imagine someone calls you and you're like, oh, sorry, I forgot. I
Yeah.
lost that thing 4 years ago.
It's like Cecily with her water bottles. Like, yeah, they're strewn all about the city of Seattle.
Yeah.
Nobody knows where all those things are. All right.
So it turns out, according to AI, you're right, Stace, raccoons live an average of 2 to 3 years in the wild, largely due to high mortality rates from traffic, disease, and predators. However, if they survive their perilous first year, they can make it up to 5 years. Old, what are we calling this guy? What's his
Jimothy?
name? The new- Jimothy.
Yeah.
It's gross.
That thing's a mutant.
Yes. There's some kind of.
There's something wrong.
He's probably been swimming in
Called
Green Lake.
short spine syndrome. Dogs can have it too.
Stop excusing his behavior.
I like Jimothy. I'm sorry.
I don't like raccoons to begin with. So a mutated one is just, it's another bridge too far away.
Yeah, Little
I'm
Rick was
out.
perfect. I mean, he did have that one leg that didn't work, but like he was otherwise an adorable raccoon.
Stacy, quickly, let's get to important business. Love Island finished
Oh, I'm
last
so glad.
Sunday.
Brock, feel free to chime in whenever
Brock,
you're ready
I know
on
you
this
were
one.
watching. I watched with my family.
Of course.
We were all very into it. What did you think of the finale?
Expected that winner. I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for the audience.
I think it's a week later. I think you can spoil it.
Okay, so we knew that Brinity
What?
would win from like week one.
What's her name?
That's Bryce and Trinity.
Bryce and Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity and Bryce.
Obviously.
Yeah.
We just know ball. And so it was obvious from like not week 3, from like the fourth episode,
Really?
aka day 4, that they would win.
Yeah.
They just have the formula down.
It sure seemed that way. Yeah, I was a little. I knew they were going to win. I was bummed though. I was hoping Zach and Kato would come in
See,
second.
I don't know why you think that. I don't like Zach.
Really?
No.
Zach is the most likable character on the show.
Absolutely
that guy was
not.
awesome. He was
No.
legitimately funny, normal. Like I liked him.
I don't think he was normal.
So
I
back
don't think
to the-
anyone on this show is normal.
He was the
Back to the-
closest.
back
I
to
thought
the
he was
real
fairly normal.
Back to the real conversation.
Yeah.
Stacy, every day your brilliance comes up with headlines.
Oh,
you
thank you
write
so much.
headlines. We enjoy that. I love looking on the rundown every single day.
Yeah.
That gets sent out. Write the headline to begin the second half of the Mariner season.
Oh, God. Well, it's not going to
Yeah.
be funny.
We asked we asked Shannon about the messaging for the team, and she said, "I'm not Coach Shannon, so don't talk to me about that." That's
funny.
But you do write headlines. What is going to be the headline to begin the second half of the season tonight?
Well, okay, so we do have a headline. I'll spoil it, but it's one of 3, so it's okay. We have a headline starting with the Mariners are going to roll out all 6 starters for this homestand. And I said, I really hope that they can get all of 6 runs for this homestand. So I think that the real headline for me is obviously, can the offense get going? We're going to have a separate conversation at 10:30. I'm not sure if you guys have already covered this. I'm sure that you have done a version of it with like who's the most important Mariner in the second half. It's just.
Who's your answer?
My answer is Julio.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Cal's going to turn into last year's Cal or maybe even 2024. And I think he can still really contribute, but I'm getting a little annoyed isn't the right word, but there's a certain point
There's
where
enough data, right?
There's enough data. Yeah. And there's a certain point where Cal goes up and strikes out and you're like, who's even complaining about this anymore? Like, yeah, it's frustrating, but you know who's the most frustrated by this? Cal. I don't think he's 100% with that oblique. When you're a switch hitter, it's so hard to correct that. Any swing issue as well and timing issue. So especially when you're a catcher, it's just such a complicated problem to try to untangle. And I think that I'm sure he'll spend a big part of the offseason doing that.
It's a tough one. It's a good question. I like the way you answered. I agree with you. I think the answer is Julio. The only problem with giving that answer is that it makes it sound, and I know that you're not saying this, you could easily take that as, well, Julio is the farthest delta from what he's capable of, what you might expect from him and where he's at right now. And of the 3 guys that have been underperforming, Julio, Josh Naylor, and Cal, I think Julio's actually been the closest to his ceiling. The other 2 have been so far from what you could reasonably expect from them that I don't know if I could say. I think you're right. I think Julio's still the most important Mariner in the second half. But I think that they might need those 2 guys to turn it around even more than they need Julio to kind of do his thing.
They need them to have a positive WAR.
That would help.
Yeah.
You know, break even.
Yeah.
And I think to further escalate the point for Stace as well is like, and it, just as she said, the data and the evidence makes you concerned about Cal, that you can just flip that switch. There's like years and years and years of evidence that when this weather gets into the 80s and we get to July and August for Mr. Julio, he starts to really come out of his cocoon and not just not be a good player, but become one of the best players in the game.
You guys know Julio's career average in August.
I bet it's like 320.
It is exactly 320. Do you have it in front of you? What a weirdo. You and Curtis are both baseball
I don't know.
freaks.
Curtis would know.
God, this makes me so
totally
mad.
different. Curtis knows that because he's looked and he has a crazy memory.
No, this makes me mad. This is like one time.
That's just a gut feeling.
John Clayton, God rest his soul, was on with us, and he was talking about the lack of depth in the Green Bay wide receiver room. It was years ago. That's still relevant. And he said, just name one Green Bay wide receiver. And I think I said like Alan Lazard or something like that. And he went,
It's so frustrating.
Ruined my setup. But yes, Julio is
320.
At 320 career average in August, 297 second half average, post All-Star break average rather. Like Brock's right. Like there is a long history, so much so that over however many years, 6 or however many he's been in the pros, you're hitting almost 300. He has the highest ceiling of the 3.
They're going to need it. They're going to need it. Stacy, we got Bumpin' Stacy today at 10 o'clock. What do we got today?
Well, Curtis Rogers is in for us. Seahawks rookies are reporting to training camp. We think Bump might be trying to sneak in, so that's probably why he's not here.
Sure.
British Open is today, so maybe that's why. It's one of the 2.
Yeah.
We are taking a big look at the Mariners' second half, a similar approach to you guys, talking about who are going to be the most important players. We're also going to look at why getting a bunch of wins out of the gate in the first 2 2 series is really, 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 really important.
All right. There you go. It's all coming up on Bump and Stacy at 10 o'clock. Thank you, Stacy Rost, and your new friend, Jimothy.
I don't like Jimothy.
I don't blame you. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. And then, of course, we'll open up the phone lines to finish off the week.
Come on, Janet.
Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Back on February 8th, the countdown started at 167 days.
3, 2, 1.
Right after the clock showed zeros.
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
Now we're less than 2 weeks away. 8 days until Seahawks training camp begins.
We know that we're target number 1 now.
And nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of the Super Bowl champs, Seattle Sports.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts next Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on advanced scuba classes. Underwater Sports 50th Annual Divers Fair starts next Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. There are only a few months left of good weather. Don't be the one left out in the rain. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this summer. If you want a licensed contractor that does the work right and backs it up with an industry-leading warranty, don't wait. Now offering a complimentary color consultation with a designer for specific projects. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Be all in on summer with service from Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Heading out on a road trip? Make sure your Toyota is ready to go during the Toyota Tires Savings Event. Save $100 on 4 eligible tires. And with an open service drive and no appointment necessary, getting expert Toyota service has never been easier. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. And make sure to check out their service specials page. Offers valid through July 31st, 2026. See dealer for details.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Get in the zone, Auto Zone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. and free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, second half starts tonight. Brock, Mariners in action. You get 3 against the Giants, 3 against the Reds, 2 teams that have really struggled. Kind of want to go out and beat those teams, especially coming off the 1-5 road trip. Like, let's go. This is go time. I don't know how many times we've said that, but, when you play bad teams like they did on the last homestand when they got 3 against the Angels, you want to capitalize. You want to take advantage. You'll have Bryce Miller tonight, Brian Wu tomorrow, Logan Gilbert. So you got an edge really in all 3 games, even though the Giants do have a couple decent pitchers that they will throw. Robbie Ray will be on the hill, I think, on Sunday. You got a couple weeks here before the trade deadline, and I think you're right, Brock. You got to show the team that you're worth investing more in.
Well, yes, and I think Shannon's also right. Like, no, the league has kind of expressed itself in ways this year that any team in any given week, the Astros go 6-0 in a week, Salk, they could be in first place. The Mariners sweep 2 series, are going to be in first place. The Rangers sweep a couple series. 1 week in today's American League changes your fortunes, especially in the West or Central, dramatically. And let's hope that week starts tonight.
Again, the quote from Jerry Dipoto yesterday in the Seattle Times with Adam Jude. He talked through the desire to go get a reliever and that they know they need to improve their offense, some of the challenges with fit, and says the best players we can acquire are the players we have. I think it's the wrong thing to say. He might be right about what's going on and what might actually help the team the most, but I so much would prefer him say, we're going to go about trying to build the best team we can and acquire the best players we can, but we also really need our guys to step up and be better than they've been.
Yeah,
I don't see why those two things need to be connected. They need to be almost separated from each other.
We're going to attack the market the way we always do. Our acquisition phase this time of year has been some of our strongest acquisition phase in our organization. And we will attack all the market conditions. Where they go over the next couple of weeks, we'll see. We'll see what becomes available and who becomes available and if they can add to our team, on top of watching our guys come out of break and hopefully come out of the cocoon that many of them have been in offensively.
Schedule coming out for next year already. They will open up at home once again in March against the Red Sox, then the Rangers. We'll see whether or not those games, as you mentioned earlier, Brock, get played at that time, as a lockout is very
Remember that Red Sox
expected.
team the Mariners saw? Like, we didn't know anybody on the team?
Yeah.
They now got a 40% chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah, they're playing some good ball.
Yes,
totally changed.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
They fired their manager, right? Red Sox?
They did.
Alex Cora.
Pretty early, by the way.
Yeah. Mariners, not the only ones back to work today. Seahawks rookies will have their first practices today in the building. They've been there since yesterday when they were asked to report. Whole team reports next week, and we're off and running.
You know
man.
Who's most happy about that, right?
John Schneider.
He's very
Mike
happy.
McDonald.
Super happy. But who's the most happy? Hard Knocks. HBO's ready. Can we please get some content? Can we please? We got all the B-roll. We spent the last 6 weeks after minicamp and mandatory camp wrapped up. Now let's go. Let's start to get this process started so we can start to spin some of these episodes that likewise are just a couple weeks away.
Let's see here. I played this earlier. I will admit that this sound sort of annoys me, but it's kind of fun to play anyway. Here's Ian Rappaport sort of understanding the Seahawks, but also getting stuff wrong.
If you look at how Seattle's roster has become one of the best rosters in the NFL, they have always done it through the draft. So what they have done this year especially is let Ken Walker leave. You let a lot of their defensive stars, you mentioned Boye Mafe, a lot of their defensive stars leave because you have enough talent in the draft to basically make up for them. So Ken Walker leaves. You have Jadarian Price coming in. Not going to be the only one filling the void there, but certainly going to help. You have Bud Clark at safety. They lost a bunch of members of their secondary. He's going to come in and help their second rounder. This is always, Sarah, how Seattle has done it. They have to draft well, and thankfully for them, because John Schneider is one of the best in the NFL, they always draft well. Those guys just going to have to play sooner rather than later.
Isn't that kind of what a lot of organizations do?
I mean, I don't know, man. Those things bug me. They weren't stars when they were here, but now that they're gone, they lost all these stars. That's just not right. This is not right.
Well, I think to give that a little credence is, he got $60 million. Kobe Bryant got, a 3. He bet on himself, and he got big money.
But why weren't they stars when they were here? Why weren't they stars last year?
Because they had to fit in a Super Bowl winning team.
But, they were stars. Or they weren't stars. They don't get to be stars once they leave.
Why wasn't Leonard Williams, number one on the tackle list last year? They got some notoriety for being in the Super Bowl, too.
I watched Kobe Bryant all year. He's not a star. I like Kobe Bryant. He's not a star.
A star song?
No. And nor is Boye Mafe, who I like a lot. None of them are stars. That's just not an accurate word to describe any of those three guys. Good players. Good people to have on a good team. None of them are stars. That's not what a star is. That's just not true.
Here's the third thing you need to know. Am I
taking crazy pills? Does anyone think those three players are stars? Ken Walker, I will admit, there is going to be a
when you have a
Super
Bowl MVP,
there's going to be a legit. Yep. Like Deion Branch and the guy who won here the first time. What's his name? The linebacker. Nobody even remembers his name. If you win the Super Bowl MVP, you're a star.
Malcolm Smith.
There you go. Stars. There is a real debate to be had as to whether or not Ken Walker is a star. I totally agree. Nobody in their right mind is going to tell me the other two guys are stars.
Reek Woolen, Kobe Bryant.
None of them are stars.
Not
stars.
Mafe.
Not stars. Good players in their own right. Not stars. Not stars. Kind of like the people who've been leading at the Open Championship. Not stars. Brock.
Markevius Mingo.
Markevius Bingo? Lucas Herbert continues to lead after shooting 8 under today. He's got 2 strokes clear of Cameron Young, Jackson Suber, Sam Burns is at 5 under, Sung J M is up there, but it's not. It's Bud Cauley and Alex.
Where's
Fitzpatrick.
My stars? Where's Scheffler? Where's
Alex
DeChambeau?
Smalley?
Where's Rory? Where's Spieth? Where's the stars?
Bryson is 3 under.
Okay, so he's surviving. All right.
Adam Scott's 2 under.
Scotty?
Yes.
Where's Scotty?
I don't see Scotty.
Oh, crap.
Morikawa's 2 under. John Rahm 2 under.
All right.
But it is not a who's who at the top of the leaderboard. You said Scotty? I think he's. I don't know, man. This thing's all messed up.
Where's Van de Velde? Jean Van de Velde.
He's close. Yeah, he's. I think he's 5 under. Yeah, he's right there. That's everything you need to know. Yeah, John Van de Velde.
Poor guy.
He's right there.
I think didn't he go back and play that hole with a putter?
I think he did.
And would have won.
Would have won. Literally just putted each one. That's tough. It's tough to take. All right. Are we ready to open up the phones? You think the phones will be good today? 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. Seahawks rookies report. We've had all kinds of debate this week with Sam Darnold. Is he a top 10 quarterback? Would you pay him big money? Is he somebody who's worth a first-round pick? So, yeah, lots of Sam Darnold conversation.
New owners. I mean, that just happened this week too.
True. Yeah. We haven't had any calls on the new ownership. Your thoughts on where that will go? How you feel about the Kosla family buying the team from the Allens? 866-979-3776.
How is our mighty good man? How's he going to turn this around, Dan? How's he going to do it?
That's a good question. What levers does Dan Wilson need to pull heading into the second half? What levers do Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander need to manipulate in order to have the most success in the second half? All right, soccer. You don't want to talk soccer. 866-979-3776 is the phone number. We will open up the phones, and you guys are next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending.
That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did. Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
All right, as we head into the weekend, start thinking about what you're doing, maybe heading to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. They've got awesome concerts coming up. Pop 2000 Tour with Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC, O-Town, Ryan Cabrera, and LFO, all on August 1st, so that's just a couple weeks away. We also got pop sensation Taylor Dane, who's going to be in on September 6th. The new ballroom and concert area is just awesome. I was down there and just really incredible. Psyched to see Queensryche there in October myself. And, get a room while you're there, because the new hotel, the Cascade views, the world-class dining, the whole new spa and pool area. It's just incredible. You can find it all at snocasino.com. Yep, that's Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Summer is for sunshine.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Summer is for moonshots.
He just absolutely obliterates this! Multi-homer game, Cole Young!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Emerson is racing over, slides up! He missed the catch! Incredible!
So listen for the cheers and follow your ears to T-Mobile Park. Because where else can you travel to on a ferry boat and then eat crab nachos out of a ferry boat?
How sweet it
is! It is the sweetest, Rick. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The Mariners kick off the second half of the season tonight at 7:10 against the San Francisco Giants. And it's 2000's Fireworks Night, featuring a spectacular post-game show presented by T-Mobile. Plus on Sunday at 1:10, don't miss your chance to score an Ichi Meter collectible pin, thanks to KeyBank. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Rev up your summer at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The British Bike Exhibition is now open along with the all-new cafe, El Coriano, which is getting rave reviews. Mark your calendar for Tacoma Cars and Coffee or family drive-in movie night. Have friends, family, or soccer fans coming to town? The trip to LeMay, America's Car Museum will be the highlight for kids and adults alike. Plan your visit now at americascarmuseum.org and experience something new today.
Mariners and Giants tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 7:10. Pre-game at 6. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap GoodRx. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. Deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's finish up the week, Brock. It's a Fella Friday with some Fella Cootie, and of course, your phone calls. That's how we wrap up every week. 866-979-3776. We'll start off with Bud. Bud is in Federal Way. Whoa, easy, Bud. Good morning. How are you?
What's up, Bud?
Okay, brothers. Hey, look, the Mariners, I don't know if they're going to do it this year. I mean, they've got the pitching, but it's their hitting, which is the question mark.
Okay.
You know, ever since everybody loves the long ball, the last time where that was really, really relevant was during the Sosa, McGuire, Canseco, Barry Bonds era. So everybody gets up and everybody tries to hit a long bomb, you know? Sway it around, Tony Gwynn. Hello?
Just out of curiosity, what about, like, last year?
Hey, it's like today. If you'd gotten up early, you'd have seen those six planets all lined in a straight line, you know?
Right.
It is a lot. You know what? You know what, But that's a good point. It is a lot like that. I see where you're coming from. Thank you. That's good. That's a good call. That gets us started.
It's a good start.
It was a good start to the morning. All right.
I mean, Cal 60.
That's fine. Home runs? You don't even need them anymore. It's not since McGuire and Canseco. Let's try Paul and Renton. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I want to jump in and talking about Randy because you guys brought up a good point earlier in the week where this may be a time to start considering to look at offers for Randy because you can probably get some really good value. He is our best hitter right now, and I understand what comes along with that. But if you can't win with Randy, or I guess if you can't win without Randy, you're not going to win with him. The other guys have to step up And I don't think Randy's going to be the one cog that's going to change enough.
That's an interesting point.
If Cal's not going to show up, and Naylor's not going to show up, and Julio's not going to show up, then Randy's got to be your guy that you use as a trade piece to at least try to switch something up.
So if I understand what you're saying, Paul, let me see if I can rephrase for you. I think I understand what you're saying, and I think it's a really interesting point if I have it right. What you're saying is if Randy Arozarena, if the reasoning is that you can't trade Randy because he's your best hitter, if he's going to be your best hitter, you're not going to win the World Series anyway, so there's no downside in trading him. And if you are going, and if he's not your best hitter, it's because the other guys have come back around, in which case the importance of Randy is not nearly so great that you can't trade him. Is that what you're saying?
So you nailed it.
It's an interesting point, man. That's a really, really, really interesting point.
Yeah, and I think to add a little fuel to that, just from last year, as we're kind of retrospective a little bit to last season, Cal was your best player at this point at the All-Star break. I want to say his OPS was over 1,000. The team was 6 games over 7 games over 6 games over 500, right? With him performing at that level. Randy's been your best player offensively this year. You're a game under 500. So the ceiling, like even when Randy gets going, and Randy had an all-star first half of the season, how much of an impact does that really make on the team? Because he's not going to carry you with 10, 20, 30 home runs in a half like Cal Raleigh was capable of doing last year. He'll have some stretches. He'll have a couple weeks where it's unbelievable, right? And this has been his most consistent. Kudos to him. But that is a good way to look at it.
It is an interesting way of looking at it. Like, Randy's not going to carry you to a World Series by himself. So if you think that that's what's going to happen, deal him because you can buy, sell high. Here's the thing. They're not going to do that. Like, I appreciate the thought, and I think it's very well thought out. It's like an interesting logic exercise.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to view it that way. I think what they're going to say is, yeah, the guy's been a really good hitter. And when Cal and all those other guys come back,
he may have that one game in the divisional series, or those 2 games in the championship round, or that game in the World Series. That
you're not going to acquire a better complementary piece than him. So I appreciate that. I love the logic idea of it. I don't think they're going to look at it that way.
You don't know that for sure, Saul. You say that, but you don't know that for sure because it's baseball. You don't know. Whether the Shaw guy from the Cubs or, the other fella from, you don't know.
Of course not. But you're going to try to assume, right? You're going to make your best guess and go from there.
Well, Janet will tell you what happens when you assume.
All right. Let's go to Justin, who is in Tacoma.
Is Janet on the line?
Yes, we're going to get to Janet, Brock. 866-979-3776. Good morning, Justin.
Hello, Justin.
I wanted to speak on the Seahawks' new ownership.
Sure.
Once it gets approved by the league and we have the opening press conference for the new group, we'll all learn more about them. My main thing is I just hope the new group realizes that they're taking over one of the most well-run organizations and fan bases in the league. No offense to teams like the Cardinals or Jets. You're buying the Seahawks. And we have an A-plus GM and head coach in place to lean on. I just find it hard to think that they'll come in and not lean on what's already set in place with this team. What do you guys think?
Well, I think there's no reason not to say, not to offend the Jets and Cardinals. Like, why would you need to say no offense? They're terrible organizations. Just say it. Say it with your chest.
Yeah, and to Justin's point, the Broncos were a mess. The Bolin family had unwound. It was a disaster off of the field. Washington, we know with Dan Snyder, was even worse of a dumpster fire. Yeah, you're buying a team and you're buying high with a Super Bowl championship, but you're buying with assets that are still young, functioning, and have built this thing over the last 20 years.
And I think the good news is they know that.
Yeah.
I think they know that. I mean, it feels very much to me as if
49ers owners, of course they would know that.
Well, even more than that this ownership group was picked by the Allens family. That it wasn't just the highest bidder, that they were in many ways chosen by because there are just so many similarities. And taking the giving pledge and the environmental stuff, the family element of it just feels very, very much like it was chosen by the Allens to be the next ownership group. And we'll see if they were right and if that was the right choice. All right, 866-979-3776. You wanted Janet and Linwood. Here we go. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Janet, you actually got both of us today. You got Brock and Salk on this Friday. And I've been waiting for this day. Janet, I've been waiting for a month for this day to hear from you.
You can just see why I don't want to call in.
Why?
Because you guys are just so full of testosterone. Anyway, I just wanted to say that we're getting worn out by all these long trips. So maybe we need a new jet that have those bunk beds set up with beds in there so they can sleep more. Because our guys need more rest. And we go to those places and it's so hot and it's just so awful. And it's like they come back here and everybody's revived, but all of our enemies are revived too. They get over here and all of a sudden they get better because our air is better. We have fresh air and it's cooler and it's nice. And sports get affected by so many things. It's like, we get the weather affects us and injuries affect us. And now we're dealing with something like smoke. And so we have this weird smoke that's coming on, and the soccer guys have to play in the thick smoke. And here we are. We have this beautiful field over there with new grass, and it's all nice. But no, they got to be over there where it's just totally awful, and it's like death-defying smoke that they have to play in. Anyway, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I think the boys are doing really well.
Okay.
And the new ones, we just have to let them have their time to do their new thing.
Which new ones?
The young boys.
Oh, the young boys. Yeah, that's fair.
The young ones.
Yep.
They just need to know our ways.
Janet, if you think we got a lot of testosterone.
Randy's wildly complicated.
Yes.
He is.
Sure. All right. Well, thank you, Janet. Much appreciated. That was
She's
that what you were
right.
hoping for? Yeah.
She is right, Salk. Barometric pressure affects things. Seasonal light
Bunk
disorder
beds?
affects things.
I thought
Was she talking about like in the dugout?
No, in the plane. Team plane, Maura.
Bunk
that was a
beds in the
team
plane,
plane.
'cause they're not getting
team
enough rest.
plane.
Okay.
So they can
Maura,
get enough rest.
Listen to her.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was distracted by all the testosterone emanating from you guys.
I think it was my deep voice.
Yeah.
I think it was the way I came into that conversation.
I would say it has a lot to do with my time spent at the Department of War, to be honest with you, is where all my testosterone comes from. All right, 866-979-3776.
Thank you.
You asked for it. Let's do Aaron in Vancouver. Good morning, Aaron.
Hey, good morning, brothers. Brock, good to break bread with you on a Friday morning.
Me too. Yeah, love it. Love it in the coof. What's hot?
What's up? I got two quick things, and then Dan Wilson, okay? First off, go España, beat Argentina, beat up the big boys. I'm tired of hearing about Messi and those guys.
Okay.
Second, I need you to pass on to Stacy. If I ever saw her out walking with her dog in Seattle, and listen, I'm a happily married man, I would definitely say you are a beautiful person inside and out. Okay.
Solid.
Stacy Rost. Yeah, she's great on the air and off the air. Dan Wilson. Mike, I got to agree with you. So he does a great job praising publicly and saving all the other stuff privately, but you've got to be more aggressive with sitting guys when they need to be sat, helping guys stay focused, but do it aggressively and in a healthy way. I mean, this something has got to change, and it starts at the top.
Yep.
And honestly, I'm tired of a soft approach when you're not performing up to par.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's Powell, whether it's Julio, it doesn't matter who it is, and especially Josh Taylor.
Well, let me be very clear. Hold on. I want to make sure, but since you said you agree with me, I want to make sure you're actually agreeing with me and not a bastardization of what I've had to say. I said Dan needs to maybe be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to focus issues, to mistakes in games. I'm not talking about removing playing time because Cal hasn't hit. That's a very, very different thing and not what I'm talking about. We're talking about focus. We're talking about concentration. We're talking about mental errors.
Attention to details.
I am not talking about, hey, a guy who goes 0 for 3. That you can't manage a baseball team like that. You just can't.
You know what I heard from Pinky? I'm not calling her Pinky. You know what I heard from Shannon? Shannon says these things. It's a little bit like Tom Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Moore would say things, and then they just kind of stick with you, and you think about him afterwards. Do you know how she framed that? The whole Dan Wilson, if you listen very, very closely, she said the word strong messaging.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to hear some strong messaging coming out here in the second half, right? Great CEOs.
Yep.
When they take over companies. I think I shared this earlier in the week, right? With the new ownership coming into the Seahawks. I got a chance to be around the CEO at Compassion, the CEO at a different ministry, the CEO of a business, the CEO, Larry Scott to George Kleefkoff. George came in, like, open ears, shut mouth. Let me really absorb, take in. I think now 97 games, there's been enough data that I do think some of that messaging, I would co-sign on that with Shannon. From Dan, just some stronger messaging. The oohs, the uhs, the oh yeahs, the ums, just cut through some of that. Just a concise, little stronger messaging here in the second half, because time starts to become of the essence as we move into August and September.
All right, 866-979-3776. Let me try Chase, who's in Auburn. Good morning to you, Chase.
Good morning, fellas. I wanted to – I know you guys have been doing like some talking, or I don't really know what you guys have been doing, but you mentioned it, about the youth sports. Just like how the culture has shifted in America, and this might be too little too late, but I've been playing rugby since I was in high school, and I just want you guys to like maybe think about talking to some rugby guys around the Seattle area. There's a ton of really, really deep roots. This is one of the best places for rugby in all of America, and the sport itself is kind of the poster child of what you guys are talking about. There's not like people aren't obsessed with going pro in rugby. You really play it for the love of the game. And the culture is just so deep and rich. And, yeah, like I said, Valley Kangaroos, SRC, Seattle Rugby Club, been around for a long time.
Yeah. I hear you saying that, Chase. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think what you're saying is, hey, man, baseball's out of control. Basketball's out of control. Hockey is out of control. A lot of 7-on-7 out of control. It's out of control. And private equity has come into this. And the travel costs and soccer, like, it's out of control. I think Chase is saying rugby is something that actually – maybe a model to look at a little bit of how they're doing it and how they're doing it well. Now, the good thing for you, Chase, what you don't know is on this show unit now, we have a rugby stallion.
It's true.
A guy that donated his vertebrae to rugby.
It's true.
A guy that gave up his disc to rugby and now coaches rugby at the University of Washington. Isn't that correct, Mr. Ian?
That is correct. And at the youth level, actually. Shout out my Eastside Lions. We're headed down to Portland this weekend. I think the youth rugby culture, Chase is absolutely right, is really, really strong. It's a mostly parent-led kind of thing where people are donating their time and money to keep the sport they love off the ground. And there's just a lot more caring and passion behind it versus sending a kid to practice. It's a lot more of a family-style kind of thing.
And, oh, by the way, Chase, Salk is doing work behind the scenes. He's making a lot of calls.
Made some calls, some texts, some emails.
There's some roundtables.
Starting to put together this roundtable. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me try Kelly in Spokane. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to run something by you guys and see what you think about a potential trade that I've been thinking about.
All right.
I like this.
A lot of it keys on whether Brendan Donovan actually is going to come back and be healthy. But what would you think to swing big and go with trade George Kirby, Luke Raley, Felice Celestin, and Michael Arroyo for Mason Miller?
That is a lot. That is, I don't know. Honestly, I know they got a lot for Miller last year. I think that's too much to give up for Mason Miller, what you just said. I mean, you're talking about two top prospects, a successful major league pitcher, and a serviceable to good major league hitter. That's a lot. I like the idea of having a conversation about Mason Miller. I think that you've got to be good enough to warrant going that deep into it. I think you got to be good enough.
For that need.
Yeah.
And what does that then do to really, if your offense can't get going, right? And let's face it, the bullpen's been bumpy, but I would also agree with Shannon. They've done a lot more Spire and Bissardo and Ferrer and Mooney the last 3 weeks, a lot better.
You know what?
They've had to cover a lot.
Let me just say, you can't do that. Here's why.
It's too much.
At the end of the day, you have 7, maybe 8 starters, and if you need to move some of those guys to the bullpen, you can deal with those problems internally. Giving up that much for Mason Miller, and believe me, I am not against the idea of having a conversation about Mason Miller. And certainly if you play some really good ball over the next 2 weeks, I would be much more engaged in a conversation like that. But it does feel like a problem you can solve internally, and if you're really, really good, then yeah, maybe you do that and say, hey, we're starting to score some runs and we can turn this into a 6-inning game. Yeah, I like some of that conversation.
Well,
and
that
if
would be a
not,
play.
And if you don't want to go that
October,
deep into
November.
it, maybe it's a Morahone conversation with San Diego, who's that lefty who is freaking nasty. Absolute filth. Every time the Mariners have played him, Brock, you've been like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Who is this dude?
Sicko.
Good luck. And he's free.
But that is, I appreciate the call from Spokane,
Me
Kelly.
too.
That is a October, November conversation.
Uh-huh.
That's about a piece in those games, in those moments when you're facing Alvarez, and it doesn't have to be Robbie Ray in the 12th, right? When you're facing Springer in the 7th, and it doesn't have to be Bizzardo. That's that piece in those conversations. Got to get there.
We've got a Brock in Seattle. That's always exciting. Brock, what's on your mind?
You know Brock in Seattle.
How are you guys doing today?
Great.
Hey, before I get started, hey, Brock, I used to actually play, because you were talking about basketball the other day. I used to play with Dory every Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. I'd guard him. He had that set shot from outside. It used to drive me up the wall.
It's pretty devastating. Yeah.
So I'm a little frustrated with the whole situation with the Mariners. I feel like it all is it's a bad vibe going on right now, and I feel like it's because of Randy. It started at the beginning with the World Series Classic, and I think it affected Cal more than we know. He hasn't been right all year, and so I think we should just trade him, to be honest.
Interesting.
So you think if you trade Randy, Cal gets good?
I think maybe it will take some pressure off him. I think there's some sort of issue going on in the clubhouse that we're just not seeing.
So I'm not saying you're wrong, Brock, but do you have anything that tells you, like, anything on that gives you, like, beyond just here's what I think?
No, not necessarily. I also wonder if he took on too much, that because he did so well last year, he's doing all these commercials, and he's a lot is taken away from what he used to put in.
I think they're all fair
you know
questions. I think it's fair to ask that question, Brock. I don't think it's fair to make that statement. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I think it's fair to ask, do they feel comfortable around each other? Is there any tension left over, even if they've mostly are over it? Man, I know people that I've gotten over issues with, but, like, being around them every day, I wouldn't feel great about it. Like, I don't know that I'd feel like I'd be myself. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And I think it's a fair question to ask. I don't think it's fair to say, I think there is a problem. That's not right. I can't say that.
What just clouds those waters dramatically is an injury. Mm-hmm. And a significant injury that's knocked Cal out for a month. That has also been documented, kind of began around that time of the WBC. So it kind of clouds.
And an injury that is really hard to come back from and be healthy right away. It just, look, I don't know. I think those are fair questions. Did Cal take on too much in the offseason? Fair question. Did Cal and Randy, how are they? I think totally fair questions.
Yep.
I think there's a problem. I think that would go a lot farther.
Okay, Michael, here we go. A little prediction time. Everything that you love to hate.
Prediction.
I know you love a good prediction. Maura, Ian, you guys can weigh in too as we wrap up. Just incredible week. Thank you. We got our ratings this week. Thank you to our amazing audience here for the whole station. We love you guys. Appreciate all of that. Salky, when we hit the air Monday morning, I'll be on at 7 a.m. with you. The Mariners will be in first place.
Yeah, probably. Who are the Rangers playing this weekend? I don't know who they play.
Is it the Dodgers
Braves.
right at the gate?
They play the Braves? Yeah, they probably will be. Mariners probably win 2 out of 3. They probably lose 2 out of 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I tell you what, you start losing games to the Giants and Reds, we're going to have a much more serious conversation.
Yeah.
Like, those are bad teams coming to your building while you're well rested.
Yeah.
Like, you want to beat those teams.
You hate to say that. You hate to have that mindset of you can't lose, don't lose. You hate to have that rather than just go play. But this team through 97 games they forced us to have that conversation because they've lost a lot of series and lost series to teams that they were better than. And whether it was focus, execution, offensive ineptitude, whatever it may be, they put themselves in this position where they got to get going. Got to get it going. Going to be a gorgeous weekend. Enjoy Odyssey, Salk. Enjoy Enjoy the popcorn at the theater.
I'm going
to be coaching all weekend my butt off. Team camp. Time to go. 100 degrees.
Why'd you get thrown off the field? You know what? We probably don't have time for that.
Yeah. I didn't get thrown off the field.
You okay?
I didn't get thrown off the field.
Who did?
The boys.
The young boys? The young men? That's such an old reference, and no one gets it anymore, so now I just sound creepy. But the guy who originally said it was much creepier, trust me. All right, we have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the sunshine. Going to be beautiful. Mariners back in town. Should be a blast to be over at the ballpark. We'll catch you guys Monday morning. We're right at 6 a.m. And until then, Brock, as you know, the hay.
Here's Ian.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Law Tigers was born from a passion for the open road. Over 25 years ago, they saw a community that has each other's backs. Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I've been writing for quite a while now, and I tell you, it's nice to know these guys are in my corner if I ever need them. Law Tigers was built by writers for writers, protecting what matters most, your freedom, your family, and the ride. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year, because writers deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced, because they know how much those things mean to you. So if you're injured in a motorcycle accident, give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, because every ride you take, your freedom could be on the line. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only after 12 months. Regular rates do apply. So make the call today. 1-800-XFINITY.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999, with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends July 31st. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed. But I'm letting you know, at Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee it up at Loomis Trail for championship caliber golf, where there's water everywhere, so you better hit them straight. And you can hear your favorite musicians live at the event center. Visit silverreefcasino.com and book your stay today. That's silverreefcasino.com. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please